Raise the walls in the ghetto. And listen what these people used to do. They'll sell me some old things for new. But nowadays, we got them amazed. When they come, we just tell them flat. Monday, we ain't taking that. We know now what's on their mind. So from the time that we see them coming, get home and wasting time, we start singing. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. They push it. Look how you're trying to turn it around. The color was blue, you put it in brown. You fix it up well and you change the name. And come back pushing the same thing again. But
it's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. They push it.
Revolution is ghetto man action. Every day the messiah's passing, and it's revolution they're pushing. Forward ever, backward never. So much yes they're making we know. This is stuff got to go. Long ago when they say the thing, we used to jump up and demonstrate. But nowadays when we see them coming, we say wait. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. Mr. I don't care now if you're vexed. I hear that same speech from Malcolm X. I could bet my last dollar without fear that I get the same speech in Woodford Square.
Same old thing. It's the same old thing.
Every day it's the same old thing. You push it. Calypsonians, the people's spokesman. Every year is new tunes they're making. For the road mass from they competing. Cussing steel bands all over the island. They say now them steel band man headed day. They won't play the tune on Carnival Day. So I went and rapped with them fan man just to hear what they had to say. They tell me how them Calypsonians love too much damblay. Damblay.
Same old thing. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. You push it.
No way you can't put fan man no time. They say you sing the same tune in 69. All you do is change the lyrics around, up the tempo and put in a soca song. But
same old thing. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. You push it.
Started over again. Yes, 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 yes. Let me say a special hello to all of the WZYE 95.9 FM listener. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets, with WZYE 95.9 FM. We, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we originate, we don't imitate. Of course, the one and only place where we keep it real and we bring it to you live and direct in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Let me bring in 1/3 of the DAG Triplets here, no other than Waveney, Indy Dark, Diana, Benskin, McDonald boy. How you going, Diana?
as a vampire, so I had to stay in the dark.
Yeah, you're staying in the dark tonight. All right, if you want to
As
stay
a
in the dark.
vampire,
Mm.
they say anybody that talking against and for the people and trying to work, they label you a UNC vampire and they want to put a stake in my heart. So
Oh,
I in the dark, but you know what? I will come out the dark momentarily,
mm.
and I have my bottle of red drink here. See?
Okay, all right, all right, all right,
Right?
good.
To keep the vampire going all night long. Hi
All right.
everybody, what's going on?
Mm. Tommy,
What?
Tommy,
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good
welcome.
evening, my good friends.
Don't
Well,
bite me, don't bite
Thank
me here,
you,
but
and
don't bite me
nice to see
vampire.
you're a vampire too, Tommy. What's a male vampire? A
I ain't
vampire?
claiming that. I ain't claiming vampire.
Oh God, when I read that I nearly died.
I ain't.
Ah,
What's a
I
male
Disney,
vampire? Vampire?
no, Barnabas.
Disney.
Oh yeah, Barnabas Collins boy. Correct is right. Correct is right.
Ah, it's Barnabas and Buffy.
Barnabas and Buffy?
Buffy the vampire slayer.
Okay.
Oh Buffy. Oh Buffy. Okay. Gary, welcome. Yeah, Buffy. All right. So
Yeah.
yeah. So here it is. Today, right? That fella,
So
like he was up all day waiting. Gary, how are you? He was up all day waiting to come in. Let me put it up on the screen for him.
Oh Lord, who's that now?
Look up on the screen there. He was in first today, 4:32 p.m.
Wait. I must say, Fish Stick called
you
me
talking
and he
about the
sang.
sticks?
Fish Stick sing a song in whatever language it is for me. I appreciate you the song, Fish Stick. I don't know what you're singing, but I appreciate it.
He sing a song for you?
Yeah, Fish Stick sing a song for me.
Oh, but what is it? But what is this? Fish
It's
Stick is a,
it's the price today, but
What?
he's a singer too?
Fish Stick sing a song for me. Watch yourself. Watch
And we
yourself.
already have our first guest in the background waiting patiently. Give us 2 minutes there, Mr. Charles. Let me just get these superlatives out there. Takesha, you're inside. Welcome. Lana, blessings to you as well, Lana. River open, boy. Gary Mahabia. Oh, no, that is Gary here. Takesha.
Oh God.
No, Lana, I didn't see that statement, about I not living in Trinidad and Tobago, but calling out Hines. That person should pay them. I'm put that one up there. Lana, I didn't see that statement.
Yeah, long, rather detailed statement as to,
Anson, you see
yeah, he
that
called.
statement that person made about you not living in Trinidad but calling out Hines? That person should tell PNM, don't take nothing from foreign.
Oh dear. Hey.
Oh God! Yeah, Lana, it ain't easy. It's not easy. We could deal with that. But we want to, let me quickly go to Troy Smith, welcome. Troy Smith, welcome.
Yeah, we hear about Florona a long time.
Vonnie Roberts, good evening. Vonnie Roberts. All right, folks, let me go.
Tommy get love and rose from Rose.
Oh, yeah, Tommy getting all kind of love tonight, but
I
yes,
appreciate it.
the
Good
beaten,
night, Rose.
the man never addressed the beaten boy. We go talk about that.
Tall. And I
We go
did
talk about
pumping
that.
question. Nobody. Yeah. Nobody.
Yeah. Vonnie want to know if I'm gonna spend 5 nights with Anderson.
Yeah, I hear about that.
Yeah. You ready for that?
You ready for that?
Yeah. I done pull the challenge already. But let me go. Let me go quickly to our guest here. No other than a man who I respect so much. No other than Mr. Hochoy Charles. Mr. Hochoy Charles, how are you doing, sir?
Did you really?
You hearing us? I hear your mic. Your mic.
Muted.
Your mic.
Hello. Yeah, you hearing me now?
Right, I hearing you now.
Okay.
I hear you loud and clear. So again, welcome back to In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, in the village with us is D is Diana. Diana is considered to be the storm. We have Ansem, you know me as Wall Street. We have G, which is the Phantom, and that's Gary. And then we have another person, Tommy E. Nesbitt. He is considered to be the commissioner here in Newark, New Jersey. Mr. Charles, how are you doing, sir?
As usual, excellent.
Good
I
night,
like
Mr.
that.
Charles.
I like that. Go ahead. Diana?
Good night, Mr. Charles. It's a pleasure to
And
always speak with you. I get a lot of knowledge and history from you that they never taught me in the secondary schools. But good night, sir.
Good
Bye,
night.
Mr. Charles.
Good evening, my dear. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, so Hochoy,
Good
how
evening,
is your
sir.
New Year so far? Mr. Charles, how is your New Year so far? How are things going so far?
Very good. Very,
Go ahead.
very good. Very, very good.
Okay, excellent then, excellent. Very good is I thought you would have told me excellent.
They calling him. They calling him to tell him don't talk.
Yeah.
I told you that I am
I'm on
excellent. And then you ask me how things are going, and I'm saying very good.
Okay, wonderful. So whenever you join us in the village, Mr. Charles, we know that you in Tobago, you was the first THS secretary, correct?
No, Tobago's first chief secretary.
Chief secretary, correct. Tobago's first chief secretary.
They are secretaries, so you know. There is a chief secretary, a deputy chief secretary, and in my time, the legislation had only provided for not more than 5 other secretaries with the chief and the deputy. And in 2006, the legislation was amended. Well, that was in 1996. It started with me. And then in 2006, the legislation was amended to make it 7 other secretaries. So you have 9 now, chief secretary, deputy chief secretary, and not more than 7 secretaries.
Okay. So now, right, as we speak, with the new I can say, boy, the new assembly,
Administration.
the new
The
administration.
new administration.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. With the new administration coming in, right? But first, before we get into that, I want to get into a little history of the dynamics between Trinidad and Tobago and how Trinidad have been treating Tobago, and what are some of the things that you see, right, needs to change for Tobago going forward.
Trinidad and Tobago, as you know, the island of Tobago was a colony of Great Britain. Trinidad was also a colony of Spain, and then it became a colony of Great Britain. And in 1887, as you know, Great Britain would have, by legislation, we have the legislation here, you can go and pull it down on the Parliament channel from Trinidad. The United Kingdom government would have brought these 2 colonies together to form the colony of Trinidad and Tobago. So these colonies, the colony of Tobago was directly under British rule, and the colony of Trinidad was directly under British rule. And in 1887, they would have brought them, as you know, together to form the colony of Trinidad and Tobago. And that remains so for a while until 1961. 1961, they were a colony of Great Britain. united as a colony of Great Britain, Trinidad and Tobago. And in that setting, Tobago become an administrative district. And as you would know, your father may have told you that from Roxborough, Tobago in that context became an administrative district, which is popularly, and you would have heard this word, called a ward. But that was taken in the context of Trinidad to mean a ward of Trinidad, meaning a little appendage and a beggar. But really and truly, the words were, you are ward of the colony of Trinidad and Tobago, meaning that you are an administrative district of the colony of Trinidad and Tobago.
Correct.
But Trinidad also take it to be a ward. And do you know that the legislation, the books and most of our institutions and so on, things like our warden rules and that kind of stuff, still have it as ward, as a ward of Trinidad. And that what we would have prepared in 2000, beginning in 2013 when the PNM won all 12 seats here. When that happened, we just have a little distraction here, but just a minute. When somebody was just
Is it possible to get a little more light? You can't get a little more light.
I was trying to really get it, but I didn't find the light that I normally would have here. My little grandson would have removed that light, and he's not here yet. He went down to Plymouth and hasn't come back. I was asking his grandmother where it is, and I don't know where it is.
Don't worry. When he come, he will fix it. That's all right. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. I recognize that, you know. I recognize that we need some more light.
Yeah. There you go. Stay right there. Yeah, good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the point I was making in 2013, when the PNM won all seats here, all 12 seats in the Tobago House of Assembly, and Mr. London would have called me after he would have written to the president asking for 2 opposition councillors to be appointed in the assembly because he had no opposition, and they didn't know where to go from there. And then he called me on the 31st of January 2013, and then when I met with him, that's how the forum was formed. We can leave out the details. If you want them, you can ask me sometime. But I would have, pointed out to him that Tobago does not require opposition. In fact, we don't have a government. We don't have a government in Tobago. And you only need a minority party, let's call it in the context of the British Caribbean and so on. We call it opposition. You only need an opposition when you have a government, so that opposition will be a check and balance on what you are doing. But Tobago's power is still being exercised over Tobago by Trinidad. And I say this very truthfully, and it is legally so and constitutional. Tobago is a colony of Trinidad. Okay. So as a result, we produced the document that went to Parliament. You have heard about the Joint Select Committee would have been meeting and so on. And by this time, the matter was before the Parliament. You hear about opposition walkout and all that kind of stuff. If you want the details, you're going to ask me specific question and I will answer you. But I wanted to say that that legislation is still before a committee of the Parliament. And then we proceeded to hold a general election, which ended up, as you know, 6-6 and so on. And then they continue with that. And then another election was held in December 6. And then the PNM won. The PDP won all 14 seats out of the 15. If you want details, ask me, I'm going to tell you. But I want to point out this to you, though, that in that election here, in December 6th election, there were 51,383 voters entitled to vote in that election. Registered voters. I don't have the exact figures on me hand, but I know the PDP would have got only 16,943, and the PNM 11,800 and something. I think it is 890 something. We gotta pay attention to that. This is one of the things that I'm telling the chaps here, the chaps who are in the PDP, that of 51,383 voters, just remember you only make 1/3, 16,000, call it 17,000, call it 51,000. You only make 1/3 of the population voted, casted their vote for the PDP, and they are not PDP. I'm just saying they voted out the PNM. And that was something that was decided upon in Tobago since about June and July of this year. The people in Tobago were saying, we're getting rid of the PNM for various reasons. And in that context, the PDP must remember only 1/3 of the voting population supported you. So 2/3 of the population in Tobago have not voted for the PDP, right? They are there. And they're just watching to see whether, in fact, they know the chaps are young, the chaps are all green, they are innocent, they lack experience, they have no public service knowledge, they have no governmental experience, and so on. And the people are waiting to see, because they voted out, They know that these chaps don't have any experience to manage government, The whole island knows that. But they're waiting to see whether, in fact, they would be able to deliver. And it is up to them to decide on that. And I'm not seeing that that is happening yet. And may I just say, before I pause and allow you to ask your question.
But
offered them.
But Mr. Charles.
Yes.
What was the numbers in the last election? Not in January, not the election in January, but the previous election, so we can make a comparison between the 16,000 that the PDP got and when the PNM won the 12 seats. Do you know what number among the voters that the PNM got in order to win that?
Yeah, I don't have the figures with me, but those figures are available. I had them here with me. In fact, they are available in my home, but I don't have them here with me.
Right, no, fine.
That's not crucial for where we are, Although it's important for your record and other records. And I'm sure that if you talk to me again after today, I am going to bring them, because I have them in my office right here. Not in this house, but in my office right in this compound. Because we have used them.
Right.
And I'm telling you, it's not crucial for what is happening here.
But I want to get to our next point, and we're gonna get to that, right? I want to take it a little step by step. You see, I want you to kind of let the people know with respect to, for example, the taxes that are paid in Tobago doesn't go to the Tobago, it goes to the central government. For example, if you're working on a project at the airport in Scarborough, any taxes that are paid doesn't go to Tobago, it goes to the central government. So whatever resources Tobago are basically, bringing in, that money goes directly to the central government. I want you to talk a little bit about that, explain that to the people so they could understand exactly what happens with Tobago as far as the money that comes in and the central government.
Yeah, my brother. You remember I just said to you, and let me repeat that one, that Tobago is truly, factually a colony of Trinidad. And if you know what a colony is, these colonies, these little islands and whatever they may be, their resources were used by Great Britain, the great empire, and the mother country. The resources of these places were used to build up the mother country. That's what Tobago is being used now. So Trinidad is doing the same thing to Tobago as Britain was doing to most of the Caribbean countries, whether it's bauxite, whether it's sugar, whatever, whether it's gold you have, whatever, to build up the mother country. And let me just come to the taxes. One must understand that Tobago, and Dr. Williams made these statements in 1957, and you can go to the Parliament website in Hansard and you will find it there. The 7th of June, 1957, you go to Hansard in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago and you'll find what I'm now saying. Dr. Williams said these words in Parliament. And if you ask me why he said them, I'm going to tell you in a short while. Well, I better just tell you up front. Remember, we had the federation, we were forming the federation of most of the countries in the Caribbean. And in 1958, you remember that? So 1958 was the federal election for the federation of the Caribbean islands. And what Dr. Williams was doing then was actually, because he came in 1956, he was trying to show most of the Caribbean islands of how benevolent and how good Trinidad was to the small island, which is Tobago, that is attached to Trinidad and Tobago politically and administratively. So he was able to be making these statements in order to win the support of those people to support Trinidad as the site, for the capital site for the federation. So he made this kind of statement. And I'll tell you nothing happened after that, you know. Look at the statement. He said, and it's a factual statement, you know, it is true that Tobago exchanged the neglect of British imperialism for Trinidad imperialism. Tobago is,
No, keep going, keep going.
Tobago is paying a price for the union with Trinidad that Tobago ought never to pay. And he continued finally to say that whatever Trinidad gives to Tobago is a small mite that Trinidad must pay for the act of this union. What was he talking about? This is what Dr. Williams mentioned. He didn't want us to know, but being a historian, he made sure that he made these factual, correct statements that when we find out, we could never say the father of the nation never informed us. Very tactical and smart. What was he saying? This is the point he was making, that if Tobago was not a part of Trinidad and Tobago and was an independent place like Grenada or Jamaica or Barbados, Trinidad, as it is, we can't even change that. It will remain so forever, except God has done something to change the way the geographies and so on. That Trinidad would have been locked in between independent Tobago and Venezuela. So between Trinidad and Venezuela, there are 7 miles of water between them. And because of the law of the sea and so on, we don't want to discuss the detail. 3.5 miles of that water belong to Trinidad, and 3.5 miles of that water belong to Venezuela. That is what explains. Imagine sometimes I have to talk to people in Trinidad, you know, when they talk to us, because you hear them complaining that the Guardia Nacional, the Venezuelan National Guard, well, you would know that too, will come right in the Gulf of area and take up citizens of Trinidad and carry them back in Venezuela and lock them up. And the government sit there and don't do nothing. When I hear them, because they don't know the truth, we have not been educating the Trinidadian, I have to tell them, do you know that they crossed the 3.5 miles, they were in Venezuela territory? It's only then sometimes they say, oh my God, I say, it's in Venezuela, the Venezuela National Guard, take them up in Venezuela territory. Because 3.5 miles of the water is yours, and 3.5 belong to Venezuela. Let's come to Tobago. Between Tobago and Trinidad is 11 miles, 22 miles of water. 22 miles. And if we were independent, 11 miles of that water would have been Trinidad, and 11 belong to Tobago. But going up to Grenada and Barbados, Tobago would have over 200 miles. So it is the island of Tobago that brings to the nation of Trinidad and Tobago the 200 miles EEZ, exclusive economic zone. So it is Tobago is the rich place. But because we are a colony, you are extracting all of that and not educating the population and let people believe that we only begging, we only are bending, can't we begging? That's the point Dr. Williams was making. And I want all of you to go to Hansard, the 7th of June, 57, and find the statement there. We bring the EEZ to the nation. We are come to taxes yet, you know. We ain't deal with taxes yet. We come into that now. When Dr. Rowley came to Tobago during this last election campaign, he did something that was very nasty. I wouldn't even say disingenuous, but untruthful. And I saw somebody made a video that said, oh my God, Hochoy Charles debunked that. I saw this video circulating all over. When I went on television and radio and tell Dr. Rowley, don't try that. Don't do that. When he says that Tobago is only contributing to the nation, I'm sure you all heard that too, contributing to the nation, only 200 million. But our salary bill alone in Tobago is 700 million. Then he went on to talk about goods and services and so on and so on. He doesn't recognize that Tobago is contributing to Trinidad and Tobago more than Tobago is getting back. And I went and break down these figures in public as far as I could have gone. Because I didn't have documents with me because I was the first chief, so I know the thing inside out. Let me say this to you. Do you know that we are paying our taxes in Tobago? Well, before I go there, all the banks that are operating in Tobago, all the insurance companies that are operating in Tobago, all the businesses from Trinidad, whether it's a drugstore, whatever the business may be, big businesses in Tobago, do you know there are branches of businesses from Trinidad? Let me deal with the banks and the insurance companies first. In respect of the Tobago operation, those taxes that must be paid in Tobago are paid in Trinidad. All of them. Even the employees that work in Tobago, even these banks and insurance companies and all companies from Trinidad. Do you know that even the income tax is paid in Trinidad because the salaries are made up in Trinidad, the deductions are made down there and deposited in Trinidad as Trinidad money, as Trinidad tax. I am paying, all of us in Tobago, we paying our TNTEC bill with value-added tax. We are paying our WASA bill. We're paying TSTT. Do you know that all of these are not put in the Tobago fund and not in the 200 million that we're talking about in Trinidad? Do you know? I am saying a lot more to you. Do you know also in Tobago right now, the cruise ships that come here, what you call the people, the operators that bring them into Tobago, do you know that all the taxes you display, they are from Trinidad, you know, the operators are from Trinidad. Do you know that all those taxes are paid in Trinidad and not in Tobago? And it's not part of the 200?
You know, Trey, I don't mean to cut you, right? I am shocked that when a cruise ship comes to Tobago, that tax that is being paid actually goes to Trinidad. I would think that would go to Tobago.
The airport too? The airlines that come to Tobago too? You don't know that? Because Colonial operating?
But Troy, before they come, don't they have to fly over Trinidad to come to Tobago? Maybe that's why they pay you to Trinidad.
No. It's the other way around. Hello. Everything, just remember, the Caribbean begins in Bahamas. The archipelagic state begins in the Bahamas in the north, right in Miami, and it ends on Venezuela, which is Trinidad. So Trinidad is the most southerly of the entire Caribbean nation. So anything that comes from the north, whether it's England, whether it is America, whether it's Canada, everything passes in Tobago and go down in Trinidad. Trinidad is the one resting on South America. All of these things go in Trinidad, you know. Not only that, do you know motor vehicles that we purchase in Tobago? Because of the fact that the importers of these vehicles and so on, they are all Trinidad. Whether it is Neil and Massey, whether it is Southern Sales, whatever, whether it is Toyota people. All the new vehicles we buy in Tobago, when these vehicles come down, the motor vehicle tax the value-added tax, the custom duties in respect of all of these, they are paid in Trinidad, you know, as Trinidad taxes and not Tobago. We are starting to touch it yet.
And Hochoy, isn't that some of the things that you guys were trying to change with respect to the relationship between Trinidad and Tobago?
Brother Anselm, that is what internal self-government mean. That we are strengthening the nation, you know, not weakening it, you know. Right now we are operating a weak nation. And I want to say this to your viewers. That is God, you know, this is not man. Most of the Caribbean nations, they are multi-island states. Most of them. Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, you just name them, Grenada and Carriacou. Most of our nations are multi-island states. Understand that. And you always have a cry coming from the smaller island in its relationship to the bigger one in the nation, any one of the nations. And you always hear these words about secession. We want to secede because you're not treated right and you're not treated well. People are discriminating, just as the case I described to you there now. And what Tobago was proposing, and we're still proposing, let us come up with a model that will stop the nonsense about breaking up and stop the nonsense about having the little island not being happy, calling for secession, and come up with a model that we will be able to put on each of the small islands in the multi-island nation. Put something where the institutions of governance that mean life and death to people will be on the smaller island, that in case something goes wrong with the larger island, that the smaller island will be able to carry on. And because we are in this relationship, we'll be able to render first assistance to you. Look at Hurricane Flora. When Hurricane Flora came and hit Tobago in 1963, the 30th of September, Trinidad could have responded. Let's assume that that hurricane was a hurricane that hit Trinidad. You know, Tobago died too and Trinidad died. Look at what happened the other day to Antigua and Barbuda. Barbuda was the small island that got wiped out. Let's assume that that was Antigua. You know, Barbuda and Antigua would have gone through. We don't understand the dynamics. We don't understand the kind of opportunities that we have to fix these things. We sit down and all we do is a set of selfish leaders in the Caribbean. Only see that about themselves. But in Tobago case, I know it's more than that. They're scared about something. Because of the treatment, they believe that if they give us this, what we are looking for is only international government. You still have the one prime minister. You still have the same president. You still have the supreme constitution of the country. All Tobago is saying, we want the right to make decisions that affect our life. You can't sit down and make, for example, like that decision that the prime minister and they make in Trinidad there about the follow. That would shut down everything in Tobago, you know. Correct. Where if the public servants don't take the vaccination, let me tell you what will happen. When they start to check the vaccine status of the public servants, let me start with the health services first. Half of the people in the healthcare services that are to provide healthcare, they have not taken the vaccination. What are you going to do? Send them home? It means then that not even those who are working will be paid. And those that remain, they will not be able to attend to the sick people. This is disaster of the highest magnitude that will take place, you know, in Tobago. So and that is why I think in the media conference today, they said that they are going to extend this thing for another month because we have pointed these things out and say, hey man, you have not taught these things through, you know. And because of the Tobago House of Assembly legislation under Section 31, the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary ought to have met and have discussion on things like this. And if you have time tonight, we'll be able to explain to you why that was put inside there, why that was written into the legislation, because we know once we have the right, as we have it now under section, under the Tobago Assembly Act, that the Assembly will formulate and implement policy on these 33 matters under the 5th schedule in Tobago. We know. Once you have that, but yet the central government, because the constitution is not changed and amended, the central government can alter those policies because we have not amended the constitution to take away that responsibility for those matters from the central government in Trinidad, from the cabinet. So once that remains there, and you are making decisions on certain matters in Tobago and implement, there are some cases I know, like the one I just described to you there now, that you're going to have conflict. You're going to have a little conflict and so on because you make a policy in Trinidad. If you apply it in Tobago, you wipe out the whole of Tobago. That is why Section 31 says, hey, we know these things going to happen. In that kind of case or in those scenarios, what you do is that the Chief Secretary and the Prime Minister must have regular discussion with a view to make sure that administrative and even legislative mechanisms are put in place to have harmony between the two islands. Those things must take place now.
But Hochoy, also, since we are along this line, right, and this is my words, not yours, I am saying that Tobago decided, the chief said decided that he wanted to get rid of a plantation mentality with respect to the dress code in Trinidad. And the PNM in Trinidad wanted to keep the plantation mentality dress code in Trinidad. Tobago, because I say this, here in the United States of America, to go into an office in my community, right, where I have to pay my property taxes, I don't have to dress up to go there, right? Why should an individual have to dress up to go pay taxes to the government of the country? And I think Tobago was full 100 ahead of the game and trying to get rid of that plantation mentality.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Let me say something to you on that. When we talk about decisions being made in Trinidad, we're talking about law. I'll come to that issue. When we talk about policy decision, you know what policy is? Policy is law. And law is the tool for carrying out government policy. So if cabinet make a decision in Trinidad about anything and there is no law, they can't implement it. And remember, the cabinet can't pass law. It is the legislature, which is the parliament that passes the law. So let me talk about the mystery, and the mysticism from law. Law is simply this: government policy decision and the way that policy decision is to be carried out. That is all law is. That is where law is. Government policy decision and the way that policy decision is to be carried out. That is law. So this is why Tobago was saying, you cannot make the law, and I'll come to the question about the dress code, because it's not law. I'll come to the dress code and tell you what will happen in Tobago with respect to that. So if there is a law, Trinidad pass a law on your agriculture, you have to carry it out in Tobago. Even if it means that decision, that law or policy decision of the government in Trinidad is detrimental to Tobago agriculture, we are bound to carry it out. That can't be right. So that is why we want lawmaking in Tobago over those matters in the 5th schedule. Let's look at the question that you just raised there with me. There is no law in Trinidad and Tobago that talk about the dress code. So the assembly is within its right to make that decision, and nobody, not even the cabinet, can change that, except they carry a law in the parliament and pass it. And that will not happen.
So Hochoy, so
go ahead.
The 36-year-old chief sec, Fali, was way ahead of the 72-year-old prime minister in Trinidad and Tobago. Just asking.
And he's half his age.
Hochoy, I saw you walk back in your seat, boy.
No, the context. I went back there because of the context, the way in which you put this thing and so on. But you know, I don't want to say this on there. But you should deal with him because he close to you, you know, he closer to you than all of us. I don't want to say he's your friend.
He's been
I don't want to
excluded.
say he's your friend. But let's come back on a serious note. There is no law. And I tell you, law is policy. Law is policy. And since there is no law, meaning that there is no policy on that, that is an arrangement that Tobago can make anytime, and they would have made it, and that is going to be so. Nobody can change that. And the parliament, I don't think that anybody in Trinidad will carry a law in parliament to tell them what the dress code should be. And it's only when there is a law that we are bound to carry it out in Tobago with that. That would have been the legal policy of the country. And cabinet is right to make that decision, go in the parliament and pass that law. But they will not attempt to do that in this case. So this is going to be so that the dress code in Tobago is going to be just what the chief secretary says.
But Hochoy, I always say, right, and I take this from my global business class, the way how you deal with little things is going to give you an example of how you deal with large things. And to me, Tobago has already shown by dealing with this little small dot of a thing, a dress code, when you compare it to how Trinidad deals with it. And Alison West, the Minister of Public Administration, comes out and says, well, we have bigger fish to fry, so to speak, my words. We have bigger fish to fry, and we're not addressing that now. You know, I mean...
Addressing what?
The dress code that Tobago address. They're not addressing that now.
The minister, I say this to you, you know, I've been a minister of government, you know, and I am aware, I am very aware that there are a lot of ministers of government that don't know the laws of the country, you know, and don't know what policy decision is, you know. No, I'm not talking to you, you know, I'm not dragging on it. That's a fact. They don't know. They really don't know. So that's not a matter that anybody in Trinidad can deal with except they pass a law, you know. For example, if you notice when we talk about the policy decisions about beaches, that is why they said that they will need to go to have a legislation. The government cannot go and just announce a thing and say you're going to do it in Tobago. You got to have it as a policy, and policy has to be law. You follow me? So I don't want to explain too many things to them because they are saying a lot of stuff that Tobago will go ahead and do. It's a lot of things I did in my time, you know, and that is why both sides, both PNM and UNC government, so we had to get rid of a fella boy. We had to get rid of him because they don't want Tobago to go in a particular direction, and they know that I know that if there is no law, I just ignore you. I ignore you because I old talk. Somebody, Mr. Pandit was misled, you know, during that time because he came here and write up a notice on an office that here in Tobago. When somebody said, oh, you're going to have Hochoy Charles in Tobago saying that you are the Prime Minister. And I said to people, do you know that the Prime Minister, being the Prime Minister, I respect the Prime Minister as Prime Minister. But not because you name Prime Minister, you can go in the court and try a case. Even though you're a lawyer. Every one of them had a rule. And the law is there. You can't do that. You can't go in a municipal corporation and do nothing there because there's a law that governs that. You can only operate within the framework of the law. Not because the name Prime Minister, you could do anything, you know, and say anything, you know. People will ignore you, you know. And it's a fact. So this dress code, the minister talk what she had to talk. I'm sure somebody may have brought good sense to her to say, hey, the assembly can do what they want to do in Tobago because there is no law that says man must wear that. If there was a law, we couldn't breach it. So somebody may have spoken to her.
Yeah, well, I was happy to see that the small island of 60,000 people teaching the Farah Island of 1.4 million how things should be done in 2022. And that's just a small thing.
Not only now, you know. The little child always lead the way, you know. That is what the scripture says.
And a child will lead them.
Yes, and the little child will lead the way.
That's right.
And I'm telling you, because let me say this to you, Anselm, and all of your guests and those who are on board listening. People need to understand a lot of stuff in this country. You know? We need to understand several things in the country. Where we are in Tobago, if there is, let me say this first. If there is, and now people will understand the importance of what self-government is, and not what people are banding about the police.
Not what the PNM is telling the people. Not what the PNM is telling the people. Not what the PNM wants the people to do.
And it's a lot of ignorance. A lot of ignorance and so on. And just remember, it is ignorance, untruth, and deception that keeps one in bondage. Only the truth that will set you free. So we always come out and give you the truth that will set you free. Now, I say to people, if what I was talking about the multi-island states and about the importance of having institutions that are life and death and important institutions put in each of the islands in the multi-island state in this context of Trinidad and Tobago, both in Trinidad and in Tobago, that in case, and I always say, God forbid, if there is a natural disaster in Trinidad, God forbid, and it wipes out the institution in Trinidad, for example, like a dangerous tsunami, we see some of these things take place in some other countries out. Lick up the place in Trinidad, damage it. So your car government can't function, your treasury get licked up, and so on, your central bank get licked up and damaged up and so on. What will happen to Tobago? Do you know that Tobago is going to be dead, even if that natural disaster did not touch even a coconut branch in Tobago? You know we wipe out? Let me say this, let me break it down in a kind of way that you all understand the gravity. What you call it? The gravitas, the gravity of this situation.
Gravitas. Yeah, gravitas. Yeah.
The gravity of this situation. Let me just tell you. Something like that happened that Trinidad wipe out, like Barbados wipe out. And a man in Tobago, banking in money in Tobago, any one of the commercial banks, because we have no Tobago banks, you know. They are all branches of Trinidad banks. You're banking your money in Tobago, but Trinidad wipe out in a disaster, God forbid. Do you know that you can't get any money? You never go in Trinidad, you know. You don't even know what Trinidad is. Because our money goes down there, you know. And then have to come back up, you know, because all the management decisions are made. When they had the robbery on the highway in Trinidad, twice it happened, you know, in Trinidad. Do you know it was Tobago money coming up back to Tobago? You didn't know that?
No, I didn't
know that tonight. Let me say this again. You are driving your motor car because Trinidad wiped out in a disaster. That is why we have to put pressure upon governments, you know, to stop the stupidness that they have in here and stop the miseducation of people. You are driving your motor car. You insure with 2 insurance companies. You're driving your motor car right here in Scarborough. And all you get into an accident. You all have to report it to your insurance companies. You report it to the insurance companies so that they need to come in, send their adjusters and whatnot to fix. Do you know you can't get anything done because the insurance companies are in Trinidad? And they are all wiped out? Do you know why we, first of all, when we got into office, the first 2 things we built was a Deepwater Harbor and an international airport? You know that we built them, and the very Dr. Worley, as you would know, my brother, would have described the Deepwater Harbor in Scarborough as a duck pond. Where all the ships and they come in. Yeah, he did that. Political nonsense and so on. Do you know? I am saying to you, he described it. You know why we built them? As the first 2 infrastructure projects we built. Tobago was isolated from the rest of the world, you know. No international flights could have come into Tobago, you know. Everything had to come to Piago. And then you break it down, the people will come down on them. We call them shake and bake, we used to call them. Arawak Airline and Kua Airline. If you have ever been in Tobago from Chumakak, you would have known what I'm talking about. You used to sweat in them planes, you know, because the airstrip was only 6,000 feet. 2,000 went down into the sea. So only those little aircraft used to come to Tobago while the capital of Trinidad and Tobago was Port of Spain. So we built an international airstrip there and open up back so that DC-9s could have come, L-10-11 could have come directly into Tobago. As you see, BA and all of them come into Tobago. And we also built a deep water harbor because Tobago was isolated. And if you have to develop Tobago, you don't have equipment here. You either come in on the aircraft or come in on your steamship, on your shipping lines and so on. And nothing was going to happen to Tobago. That's why Tobago was stifled and underdeveloped for so long. So we end that isolation of Tobago from the outside world. But PNM come and take over again and everything gone back. So everything had to come from PRQ. That's dangerous thing, boy.
Okay, I wanted to hold that right there. We're going to go for a quick station identification because we have to talk about, when we come back, we have to talk about, it doesn't seem that the PNM wants Tobago to grow. It seemed that the PNM wanted Tobago to digress. We're going to come back. When we come back, we're going to talk about it.
Both UNT and PNM, but we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, we will talk about it. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Of course, we have with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen, straight out of Tobago, former Chief Secretary in Tobago, the first Chief Secretary, Hochoy Charles. We'll be right back. Stick and stay. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back at you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. If you just joined us, we have with us no other than Mr. Hochoy Charles, the first Chief Sec of the Tobago House of Assembly there in Tobago. So Hochoy,
I want us to start to use the correct terms.
Yeah.
Wait. You are right when you look at the legislation to say, you ever hear a prime minister of the parliament?
No.
Well, you're prime minister of what? Of a country?
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago.
What are you telling me about Chief Secretary of our House of Assembly?
Or Chief Secretary of Tobago. Great point.
That's right. Let us stop saying what people say.
Hey,
Chief Secretary. You know, I never write that on any document, you know, answer them. No, because it can't be so. You're the Chief Secretary of Tobago, not Chief Secretary of an assembly.
Correct is right. You're absolutely correct.
Let me say the correct.
Yeah. We go fix that.
We go fix it. Talk to me.
Yeah. You know, but Hochoy, I want you to talk about your experience with the central government not wanting Tobago to progress and to make Tobago, like how they have done Laventille, to make Laventille always be dependent on the government to get whatever they want. You know, I'm from Chumakak, Laventille, and I was always called Chumakak. For the people to be dependent on them, even if they want half a glass of water.
So you make me and my wife laugh here so much, but in serious, you know, laugh in seriousness.
Yeah.
When I saw you call on, I come into your story just now. When you called and I listened to like Diana was laughing in the background, they're hearing it coming through. When you call upon Heinz to spend 5 nights down in the beat. I love that. Let me tell you, I love it, you know. Go down there. People should have patience. You go down there and have patience for fighting. Make your tea with the water. You know, I love you. You're terrible, you know. You're dangerous.
Hey, Hochoy, for you saying that, you make me feel so good, man. I ain't gonna lie. Because, Hochoy, seriously.
That's a serious matter.
Yeah, if Heinz was to do that, I go in Trinidad and I spending 5 days on the beat of me making joke. You understand? I ready to go. But let me say this quickly, Hochoy. Hochoy, you know, I just call them the go along, get along PNM gang, right?
Yes.
But the gang up on social media. And hear them now. Why you don't come to Trinidad and spend the 5 days first? Imagine that, eh? I asked them, IVMP, I should go and spend 5 days first. Eh?
Very good question. You know, I say to somebody, I saw it somewhere before, you know, and we'll come back to our question about the treatment and of the PNM not wanting Tobago and I say the UNC too, but let me answer that. I say to somebody, and I see them in Trinidad to say that, you know, I give you this and I build this for you, so you need to support me and you need to vote for me. I tell somebody, if a minister that is responsible for public utilities provide water in a main to an area in Trinidad that doesn't have water, and you going to be thanking him in public like that, it is as though it is likened to this situation where you and Slim go on to the ATM machine and the ATM machine give you your dollars that you ask for that you put inside there, and you thank the ATM machine and bless it for giving you the money. That is your job. That is your job. That is the job that you're doing. And that is one of the problems that we have in this country. Of course, nobody mind that you could go up and say, well, you know, other people have not been doing it, so we're very grateful to you. But you're going out there and praise them and bow down. And when I see this, I say, we don't understand our role and responsibility in this country, you know. We vote for people to go in there to deliver the resources of the country to take us out of the mess that we're in. And you praising them as though they do you a favor. It's wrong. So let's come to the issue. You praising an ATM machine for giving your own money.
No, you're full 100, but we just digress a little bit there. Yeah, so talk about your experience as far as trying to make Tobago the stepchild, just as how they make Chumaka Laventille the outside child. You understand?
No, I'm saying, Anselm, that it is not only the politicians in Trinidad. And I think that my experience, my journey in this thing is close to 50. You know, I have been involved before I meet my 20 years. I've been journeying in that for a little while. And I understand the nuances, the intricacies, the everything. You know. And this is why I could say to you, it is not only the politicians in Trinidad. The business community in Trinidad, in fact, they are the ones that have been putting even pressure upon the governments in Trinidad not to allow Tobago. And I'll give you an example, not to allow Tobago. Because you see, Tobago is a captive market for Trinidad. Remember, I tell you, all our goods, every shipping line, every airline that coming from the north, where the whole of North America, Canada, England, bringing food stuff, whether China coming down here, pass right here in front of Scarborough and carry goods in Trinidad. And then you know what to load that goods. Some businessman carry it down there. You have to now load it back on a ferry, which is so much a problem. That is why the cost of living in Tobago is so high. But listen to this. The business community in Trinidad saw what I was doing. And I say this already, all over the country. The business community in 2000, before the general election in 2000, and the Tobago House of Assembly election in 2001, January 29, the one that I lost, when I lost the chief secretary's position, they went to both the PNM, Mr. Manning, and also the UNC, Mr. Pandey party, and said to them this. If you all allow the plans that Hochoy Charles have, if you allow him to succeed in Tobago, we are not going to give you all any financial contribution to other party in Trinidad. That's not a joke. Because what we were doing in Tobago is to reverse that, you know, that the ships and so on will come into Tobago and deliver our goods.
Correct.
in Tobago. Not only that, you know, we had a plan where we are going to be putting up a breakthrough factory. We had already discussed it already in Studley Park. And 40 containers, because we were linking with a man they call Webb from Grenada. The plant was in Tobago and everything. We lose the election. Those fellas allow it to dismantle here. 40 containers of breakthrough were going to be leaving Tobago for the United States every week. And what was going to happen is that those containers were not coming back here empty. They were going to be loaded with goods from the gateway in Miami and come into Tobago. So it means then that Trinidad businessmen would have had to come to Tobago to shop, you know. Even Latin America, Brazil and all of them. So Studley Park was being prepared as a break bulk place. So you would have custom brokerage, transportation system, and so on. So we are not going to have this problem. They went and tell both parties, they don't know which one we're going to win. If you allow Hochoy to succeed, we ain't getting no contribution to your party. Let me give you this one other example. Very quickly.
Go ahead, man. We gain knowledge, man. When we come in the village, we like knowledge. We like knowledge in the village.
The election came on the 29th of January, 2001, the THA election. The UNC came and contested. You know, PNM always contest because they're always here on Tobago. The UNC come and contest that election, you know, the THA election. The night of the election, we retained 4 seats. The PNM won 8. PNM won 8, NAR won, my party won 4. And Mr. Pandey, the Prime Minister, the UNC man and the Prime Minister was in Tobago, Ian Carlos John, who was the Minister of Works. You remember they were paving roads and paving even dead dog and so on all in Trinidad. But anyhow, that's not the issue tonight. They were in Scarborough at where you call Tambrin Square, celebrating. And the media asked, how come you all celebrating the NAR won 4 seats and the PNM won 8, all your win no seats? How come all you celebrating? Mr. Pandey, the Prime Minister's words were, we did not come to Tobago to win any seat. We come here to get rid of Hochoy Charles. That is on record. It's in the media record. So what I said there to you about the business community, it is true. Because they always believe that they can load up in Trinidad with a van. They don't have to get anything in their pot in Trinidad. But if you load up goods from Trinidad and you come to Tobago, we are going to go down back with money because Tobago don't have any boat or no ship coming from anywhere else to come there. We have to carry the goods there. So we are a captive market for Trinidad. And that's the problem. So not only the PNM want to keep Tobago in this depressed state so that they can benefit from it, the UNC is the same thing too. And that's why we have been saying we don't want none of those Trinidad parties to come here to contest a Tobago House of Assembly election because that is to our detriment.
But does Tobagonians look at the PNM as Shamfa Kojo and the other young lady? They are both Tobagonians, right?
Ayana Webster-Roy? Miss Ayana Webster-Roy?
Yeah, Ayana Webster-Roy. Do they look at them as outsiders as they look at the blackest man in Trinidad, Dr. Keith Christopher earlier, as an outsider?
No, not the individuals. Not the individuals. It's who they represent. Because you know we have West Indian people that playing for England against the West Indies. And you know that? In the cricket team. And West Indies going to play a team in England, but you have good West Indian. But India too, you have Indian players, people from India playing on the British team against India. So you have to understand it's not the individual, it's who they represent. So both Webster-Roy and Miss Shamfa Kojo represent Tobago's colonization. And it is only now. We have been preaching that for the longest while, and it's only now that the people of Trinidad and the people of Tobago understanding the depth of the message. That when you come to sending people to the parliament, you need to look at two Tobagonians that will go down there to represent Tobago. And they must not represent political parties that will form either the government or the opposition. You know, it take me a long time to educate people on that. They think I was a crazy man. They say, but somebody to be government. And my own people, and I say to them, hey, understand what I'm talking about. You don't know how the parliament functions. And after, it's a long education process, The parliament functions like this. That in the parliament, you have two main sides. You have a government side and you have an opposition side. Whenever there is any matter to be brought before the parliament, you will find that there is a caucus that will be held by the government. You call it the legislative caucus. So they will have a meeting and they will say, you see this matter that is coming up there? You're going to take it. And only you people are going to talk on it. Those names of those people who will talk for the government side is listed by the leader of government business. And only those names and those names alone, those people will be able to speak on that issue in the parliament. Correct. The opposition will also have their legislative caucus. And the same thing is true. So the person you call the chief whip, that person will now register the names of all those on the opposition side that will talk on the matter. But let me just say this. Most of the time, every opposition member will talk, as you will know. But it's the same principle that is followed. If your name not on that list from the government side, you can't talk. So even if it's a matter for Tobago, is our airport breaking down, is the fishermen they being driven away by some oil boat, and men losing the net and they're losing this. The two representatives for Tobago cannot get up in the parliament and say one word on their behalf because they are part of a party in Trinidad, except that party allows them to speak on behalf of Tobago. And that's the detriment.
So where's the representation then? Where is the representation for the people?
That's not how parliament functions, sir. I love the question the fellow raised. A lot of people did not understand this. I have been saying this to even some senior policemen at times because something was happening to Tobago and they said, but what happened to the representative? And I have to explain to them how the parliament works. And it's only now they understand. When you elect your representative, remember, they either represent a party or they're going up as independent. And when you go to the parliament, the standing orders of the parliament is that you are either government or you're opposition. And what I just described as what happens in the House, the speaker will not recognize you because your side say, the leader of your side say, only you and you and you must speak. Nobody else you will recognize. That's how the House works in the standing orders. Representation has nothing to do with that. Representation means when you come, you'll talk to your constituency. That's how it works. Follow this well. You remember Jack Warner? Yes. When Jack Warner got into his problem and he contested Chaguanas as an independent, you remember every matter that comes up in the parliament, only Jack Warner and Jack Warner alone during that period could have speak on any matter. Why? He was not under the whip of the leader of government business because he did not belong to the government side. Neither was he under the whip of the chief whip because he didn't belong to the opposition. He's an independent member, so he can speak on any matter before the parliament. The same thing happened in 1976 when A&R Robinson and Murray won the 2 seats as a DAC in Tobago. That's how we have why we have the Tobago House of Assembly. Remember that. A lot of people don't know how the parliament works. They say because they vote for you and me representative, you could go in parliament. Yes, if you're independent, you can go in the parliament and jump up. Robinson and Murray did not belong to the PNM, who was the government, neither the ULF at that time, United Labour Front, the opposition. They were DAC and they went down there as two Tobago representatives in the parliament. That is why they could have get up in the parliament. Nobody could have stopped them. And they got up in the parliament and move a motion for Tobago to have the internal self-government. And we end up with the Tobago House of Assembly.
So what you're saying is that, let's say the 2 seats in Tobago was to become PDP, for example. We just using a hypothetical here, right? And PDP now was supposed to go in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. They won't be able to get up and discuss any issue because they are neither leader or opposition. Correct?
They're neither government nor opposition. That's the issue.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
So,
Because
Mr. Charles, this is Gary Mahabir.
Once you belong to government or opposition, they had to give permission to speak. And Mr. Mabel, may just stick in one more example so that you will understand it more clearly. You remember when the PP government was in office, Tobago had both Dr. Delmon Baker in Tobago West and Mrs. Toppin, what she was her surname there?
Vanilla Toppin. Vanilla Toppin.
Vanilla. You remember that well?
Yeah.
During that period, you remember it is when they were drilling all them oil and gas and they have the boat chase away all them fishermen from outside there. No compensation. Even the people in Gulf Papaya in Trinidad, when they do that, they get a compensation. And we in Tobago sit down. Even the brother of Miss Allen, and they suffered that fate there. And not a word they could have got up and said because they were not authorized by the party to speak on their behalf. The only time we heard her spoke, Mrs. Toppin, you remember that? Is when she got up in the parliament because they shook her on Dr. Rowley when she got up and said these bad things in the parliament. Because they authorized you to go and speak on that. And that's the only thing you can speak on. I'll take Mr. Mahabir now. Why?
Mr. Charles, what I'm saying, knowing that all we know, how do we move forward? I think, I'm a type of guy who likes to rock the boat, and I like to put an end to the nonsense. So how do we move forward in giving Tobago this economic independence? What can we do in the meantime under this jurisdiction of the central government where we can enable our Tobago people to build themselves economically to a point where we can fight this situation simultaneously also?
Yes, very good point.
I saying let's rock the boat. While you still alive, let's rock the boat.
No, he's not rocking the boat. He's not rocking the boat.
Oh, let's capsize the boat then.
We are you have to be but it is not difficult,
Oh, he went soft.
What is required to be done, and I want you to hear this well, is that this matter is 40-something years, it's since 1977, as you know, that the parliament would have taken the decision to give Tobago this autonomy while we remain Trinidad and Tobago, so that Tobago could make its decision on these important matters of Tobago. You're not breaking up the nation, you're now strengthening it. No. And we recognize that the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, it requires a special majority in the Parliament to pass that legislation, which is 3/4 of the members in the House of Representatives and 2/3 of the members in the Senate to pass it. But hear this. While that is so, we have to understand that internal self-government is something that is settled by international law. That is not something we have to negotiate, You negotiate your independence. You do not negotiate internal self-government. That is settled by international law. So what the government of Trinidad and Tobago has been doing, all of them, is that they have been in violation of international law. We wanted to deal with that matter this year because it is Trinidad and Tobago, and we expected that as big mature people in Trinidad and Tobago, this is a simple matter that we should settle. We're not breaking up the nation. You need to pass the legislation and give us the authority to make our decision with regards to all of these matters. There are other national matters of Tobago that is still under the central government. We don't want those. Let the government still manage those. Your water, your electricity, your roads, your education. We will deal with that in Tobago. Now, since the parliament has not done so, they would have taken the legislation, have it before there. So we could not have taken them to the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations, just as the first people did. A lot of people in Trinidad and Tobago, Brother Lebon, don't know that in 1978, the Caribs, the first people in Trinidad, took the government of Trinidad and Tobago before the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations for not allowing them to practice their culture, you know. The government of Trinidad and Tobago in 1978 sent up people to the United Nations to say that's not what they're doing, that they were going to give the people. And that's how the Carib people were able to get the lands, and they're treating that, and then they got 1 day, which they asked for, 1 day to market. And I noticed what they have just done is to say, we want a holiday now like everybody else. And they will have it, you know, because that's settled by international law. We wanted to do that now because it's 40-something years. But what the government did is to have the matter in the parliament. So if you go to the Human Rights Commission now and complain, the government going to say, we are attending to the matter now because it is before the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. That's why we wanted
and it will be there for another 100 years. But in the meantime, Mr. Charles, let's take it. Let's not beg. Let's not beg anybody. We're not asking anymore. Let's demand. Let's take what we want.
No. I hear you. But
hold on a second. We live in a technological age, and I don't see our people capitalizing on this information technology, where Tobago can utilize it to promote its goods and services and build itself and skills.
Yeah, true. But we have to be wise. Listen to this. We have to be wise. And those of us who have traveled that road will know that it cannot remain there for 100 years. Because as soon as the parliament goes into recess, that matter lapse. Soon as it goes into recess, that matter will lapse. And soon as that happens, we're going to trigger that clause. Because it's no longer there.
Okay.
Correct.
But I want you to, you on the ground there, I want you to bring some attention to the people on utilizing the information technology to boost what Tobago has and to bring that business in there so that you're not at the mercy of the central government for survival, but you're building yourself and you're kind of pulling up yourself by your own bootstrap per se. You know, and this is the direction I try to encourage, and this is what I wanted to promote, and this is what I want to encourage those listening outside the diaspora to connect with you in Tobago and work directly with you in Tobago in developing Tobago economically. Money, you know, they say money talks and bullshit walks. So if you have the money, you can play. So
Well,
I want to get the money in your corner.
Gary, I heard the chief of Tobago, Farley Chavez Augustine, said one thing that is of significant importance. FDI, that's called foreign direct investment. And I can tell you that 3 letters is going to have a significant impact with regards to foreign direct investment in Trinidad.
Yeah, but I want it to be a choir song in Tobago. But he sing it so much until they start to say it in their sleep. And they understand. They understand because they see it hit them yet, Ansem. You have to keep singing it.
What I'm saying to you is that when you listen to the press conference, when he says foreign direct investment, it will go over a lot of people's head. Because a lot of people don't even have a clue what foreign direct investment is. But I'm telling you, I can talk about that because I teach that in my global business class. I could talk about that all day. I can tell you that is going to have a significant impact on the economy in Tobago, can create a lot of employment, can create entrepreneurs, and it will move Tobago to a next level. And it will make Trinidad the stepchild. I say no.
But answer, what I'm saying is Mr. Charles is a patriarch on the ground there. If he starts talking that language and empowering the people's minds on the ground into focusing in this direction, I think it would help tremendously. And this is what we need to ignite that fire on the ground in Tobago right now.
Mr. Charles, I've been listening intuitively all night. because I like to learn. I have several questions for you.
We are all learners. We are
Several
all
questions.
students and
Thank you.
teachers. Go ahead.
Thank you. Constitutionally, how long can Trinidad and Tobago remain without a permanent commissioner of police instead of an acting?
I don't know. Constitutionally, they can go on with this for a long time. Because what is happening, an acting commissioner of police would have the same powers as a substantive commissioner of police. But really and truly, it should not have happened, you know. And I'm just telling you, lack of trust that caused all this foolishness to go on, you know, in the parliament.
Okay.
We have politicized that particular office, and I'm not talking about now. The day that they took that, you remember how appointments used to be made? That the Police Service Commission would have looked at the police service and do what they were supposed to do. And based on the Constitution, they would send up a name to recommend the name. And it has to go to the Prime Minister, right? And then the Prime Minister cannot select a commissioner of police, but technically that's way he do it. And he will, the Prime Minister will say, yay. If he said nay, they can't appoint. And that goes for permanent secretaries and for all heads of departments. That goes, so that's the constitutional provision. And there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. Now, what was happening is that one side of the parliament, whether opposition or government, believed that that is too much, I think, and that happened from the time we become independent, that going on until quite recently when they start this nonsense that you have to go and send the name to, and not to parliament, you know, because I've seen that on the papers, you know. The Police Service Commission will do what is required to be done. The screening, the interviews, the whatnot, and then they will send a name to the president. And the president, I want you to hear this well and come back to your thing now. The president will forward the name to the House of Representatives. The name does not go to the Senate. And we have to understand that the Constitution says that the Parliament is the President, the House of Representatives, and the Senate. The Parliament consists, Section 39 of the Constitution says that the Parliament consists of the President, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. But the police commissioner nomination only goes from the President, which is one arm of the Parliament, to the House of Representatives only.
Gotcha. Okay, my next question. Can Chief, I like to call him Chavez. I just like the name. Can Chief Chavez and Mr. Watson Duke present themselves as a candidates in a general election to represent Tobago, like how Miss Roy and Miss Kojo does? Or will it have to be two other individuals?
If they have to do that, they have to resign.
Oh.
So it has to be two other individuals, and Tobago will do that. And as I pointed out to you, pay attention to this little thing that I'm saying. The people did not vote PDP. They voted out the PNM. I want you to bear that in mind, you know. Don't take it as a simple issue. The PNM lost the election since in June, you know, and crystallized it in July when they triggered this provision to have an election. Because remember, every one of us on the island of Tobago during the Joint Select Committee discussion, Diana, everybody, you heard him, including the Prime Minister, went on television and radio and said, it does not make any sense that the people go back to the polls to deal with no tie. It doesn't make any sense. I agree with Hochoy Charles that we should fix the self-government issue and go back to the polls once and for all. The PDP agree on that. We agree on that. IDA with Mr. Yapat agree on that. The PNM agree on that. Yet you have not fixed it. And you call an election on the 6th of December, and the same people who say it doesn't make sense when then contest an election that doesn't make sense. And I said to people, what have you all done? I said, because nothing changed except faces. The power's still in Trinidad. You can't do anything. You see what the Attorney General doing? And I told them that, I said, hey, all you don't understand what they're doing here. Because you can't make a decision in Tobago. It will be overridden by Trinidad. Why have you gone into this election? And I said to them what they ought to have done, but they didn't understand the depth of what I said. Do not contest a mock election. Because what you are doing, in fact, you are facilitating foolishness and fall into a trap. If you don't go and we have an issue, the issue is we are not participating in a mock election. We want to have our internal government hold it. And you go and hold the election. Let's say so. The PNM could win all the seats. Then we would have been able as Tobago, because we had an issue. The voters turnout would have been so low, just as low. We would have been able to trigger the provision to the United Nations to say, hey, the government is running a colony here. They promised to do this and they had not done it. And look what they have done.
Former
Hochoy,
Chief Secretary.
Talk to me, man.
but Hochoy, I want to give you a
Tommy,
little, I want to give you a little
Tommy has a
blowback on that.
question.
Talk
Tommy
to
has a
me.
question.
Tommy, go ahead.
Diana here.
Yes, former Chief Secretary Charles. Good evening. This is
How are you going?
Tommy. I'm the Caribbean Commissioner here in this city.
Wow.
And
welcome, Caribbean Commissioner.
And we always entertain one perspective that I think that the time has come to really consider. We see this, or most of the problems that are occurring in the Caribbean, as divisiveness. And we think that it's time that the conversation for a true Caribbean unity comes up, that will resolve and rewrite the playbook that is creating so many problems, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but even in many of the other unitary states.
Well, they're not unitary. You know, this concept, I agree with you, and that was what Tobago was proposing. That most of the states, as I mentioned before, they are multi-island. And what we have been proposing is to stop this divisiveness because of your treatment to your smaller brother or sister that is part of your nation. So if you treat them with fairness, I can't talk about equality and so on, or equity, but if you treat them fairly and fix it so that they will be able to carry on their business, you will have a strong Caribbean. But you can't talk about unifying the Caribbean with this kind of attitude, except each of those islands come to the table as an equal. Because you can't negotiate that, with equality and people, some are equal, some are less equal. So that is one of the issues that must be settled first. We want one Caribbean nation, to negotiate with the rest of the world, whether it's Europe or the United States. The Caribbean must be one. But how do you do that? And the Caribbean Commission, as you know, would have come up with some recommendation, and we recognize that there have been some flaws in that. We don't have the time tonight to deal with all of those details, but we need to have a united Caribbean as one people. And the Caribbean means all that the Caribbean Sea wash, all those countries there. Some of them might not be even English speaking, must come together and deal with a matter. But it requires a lot of work, because remember the federation. They started with the federation to federate the entire Caribbean, English-speaking Caribbean, and it failed for various reasons. You now should check what caused it to fail, correct that, so that we could be able to move forward as one. And I agree with your brother entirely, totally.
So Mr. Charles, I wanted to push back on you on the last thing you talk about with respect to the election, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that if, say, the PNM alone had contested the last election on December the 6th,
go ahead,
because the other parties decide, well, we're not going to contest the election because we want to go to the UN. Doesn't that mean to say that Tobago would have had the PNM in power for another 4 years?
Couldn't be.
Huh?
That's the point that I raised. Now, the dangerous chances that it, and that is the problem that even the PDP facing now. They don't understand the nature of that politics that you would have had. Let's say because you have an issue, you have an international issue, an issue of violating international rights, international law. You have an issue of that the people say we are not participating in an exercise that violates international law to our detriment. That is the issue for the election. You would have gone, turn adamant, and go and have an election under those conditions. Of course, and it would have been so good for us that it means that it's the party that is in government that would have been the party in Tobago. So the United Nations and the whole world would have seen it's a setup that the colonial party you're fighting against is the colonial party that have the election in Tobago and have the control of the seat. And that is how we were going to deal with this matter once and for all. Now we have to wait until Parliament go on recess or something like that, that the matter before it that is there before the election lapse, before we can go to the UN. The UN is a human rights committee that is set up in the United Nations, to monitor violation of international law that you are going to complain to, So it's not a matter like we are a part of the United Nations and you're going, That has been set up for that purpose. So when somebody thinks that you are going to go there and you're going to spend 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, no, not so. You're not going to the United Nations. You are going to complain to the committee, the Human Rights Committee.
Well, Hochoy, I hear you, right?
Go ahead.
But I rather go to the UN with the PDP in charge than go to the UN with the PNM in charge. I rather take half the goat than no part of the goat.
No, I am saying to you, either side good. But the point is, anything could have happened in that election, Let's assume that the PNM had won. Let's look at the kind of danger.
No, we can't assume that. No, we can't assume that though.
Wait. I want to hear you. You are, brother Amslem, you are contesting an election. Anybody could win.
Right, but the PDP win.
Okay. I am saying to you, I am talking about the danger that the PDP and they would have put us in. Let's assume that the PNM, they have not won, but let's assume it was possible that they could have won. Let's assume that they had won this election. Do you know what would have happened here? You now could not have even gone to complain to the United Nations. You now could not have even gone to complain because of the fact that you participated in something that you know was wrong. Now you're crying foul. But we passed that stage already.
Right,
that is the danger that they put us in. But now that they win, I agree with you. I agree with you now that they win. Now that they win, it would be easy for us to now go to complain there.
Right.
Now that they win. But you now understand that the danger, what could have happened.
No, I understand that. But I just think the path has become much easier now. That we have a party who understands that they want to take Tobago off the plantation. And if the PNM had won, the PNM would want to keep them on the plantation because it benefits them and it benefits their finances.
It's not the PNM would have carried them, I'm hearing you. You're not wrong, but I'm just saying, going to the United Nations Commission to complain would not have been the PNM,
No, I understand that. I understand that.
Fine.
I understand that. I understand it's not the PNM.
Okay, right, yes. So we could
outside of the PNM. No, I understand that.
With you.
Yeah, I understand that fully. You see, because Hochoy, I believe that what has happened in Tobago, I call it a tsunami effect on the future of politics in Trinidad. Tsunami. I just make up words, and when I go in the dictionary, I just find them. It has had a tsunami effect on Trinidad, politics in Trinidad. Because I hear people in Trinidad telling me, they're asking me now. A lady called me. She said, My son is 18 years of age and he has never voted before. And he's telling me, they're having a discussion that he would like to take a serious look at the PDP. Right? And and she's a PNM, eh? She's a PNM, right? And that's kind of interesting to hear that type of discussion, because it is my belief that the PDP is a party of younger people, right? Because those people who are part of the go along, get along PNM gang, they ain't gonna change no time soon. So, I think according to Duke, the whole thing has changed up, and maybe we can say this might be a 33-3 that we had years ago with the NAR, but I think differently. What do you say?
No, I want to say to you, what is required in Tobago is not PDP, PNM, or any such thing. You want a Tobago civilization, Tobago, united Tobago, in order to deal with Tobago problem. Because once we go down, and this is why I try to avoid talking PDP, PNM, and so on. Mm-hmm. Because what we have been doing is to divide the country along those lines. We don't want that to happen. We want to make sure that Tobago must have a plan. What we call, we did that, we did that for Tobago, that all the people come and wrote the development plan for Tobago. And we didn't have money to implement it, as you know. And I think that what Farley and they are saying, and I don't want to say too much, if you notice, I don't ever feel for words, but I try my best not to say a lot of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
That we have to stop this thing about this is PDP and this is PNM. I want to know what is of the greatest benefit to the people of Tobago. And I mean the people of Tobago, meaning all the people who reside on this island. And the moment you start talking this PDP, PNM thing, we start to divide the place again. We are divisive. This place too small to have it divided like that. And that is one of the things that I'm trying to get away about. You are PNM, so you have to go there. You are PDP, so I said, look, what is the plan for taking the island of Tobago and all its people forward into this? And two of my brothers who talked about before there, using the technology. The moment you educate the Tobagonian, as Marcus Garvey would have said, that a people without the knowledge of their past history, their origin, or their culture is like a tree without roots. That is how Tobago was. We don't know our history. We don't know our culture. We don't know our origin. You don't even know when you're going backwards, because we have come from there. And that is what we need to do now, to teach our people that we are going forward from here. To do that, you have to know where you came from, that history. That is what the PNM would have done to Tobago, while a lot of young people before were supporting the PNM. But the education program, not them alone, the education that we have been doing over the last couple of years, people now recognize that a lot of the things that the PNM in office was saying that they would have done, wasn't them that did them. All them things you hear Tracy was talking about, how many health centers, you ask them, that was built by us, They were built by my government, the Deepwater Harbor, this, that, all of them things, they were done by us. But the point is, we are out of office 20-something years, and it means then that people in Tobago that are under 40, 45 would not have known that these things were not done. Because just remember, PNM in office is 21 years, And if you were 21, and 15 years, 16 years, you would not have been interested in the politics here. So those people would have never know anything. Imagine this week, Brother Anselm, I am talking to, yesterday, I talking to somebody called me about something, and I say, I called the name because I was giving him the name for somebody. He said, you don't know the name? He said, no. The man is 21 years now. Never heard the name Hochoy Charles. And I went to, listen to me, I went to change my ID card. Not now. About a year or two ago too. And I recognized something was happening at the EBC. And a young lady, very professional, handled me. I handled the card because she asked me a couple of questions because I had to give me the card to get for them to do whatever they have to do. And when the lady received the card, she asked me a couple of questions. The question she asked me, I recognized. She don't know the name at all. So I said, you don't know the name? She said, no. I said, no, the name Hochoy Charles. She said, no. She's 21 years of age. So when I talk about don't know, so the PNM administration in Tobago for 20-something years have been telling people that the assembly like it begin with Mr. London when he took over. Yeah, I'm not asking you. I am talking to two people. They're not teachers, parents. The children would have had assignment from different schools. And they were doing an assignment on the Tobago House of Assembly about the original sound. And they came to me separately at different times and said, we know something. We have gone on the net. Maybe you better try to. And we try to get something before the PNM administration. And we can't get no information there. And I say, wow. So I have to fill them in. When the assembly started, who was this, who was that, how it started, why it started, and all of that, so that they could fill in the children who have had assignment for schools. Nothing. So we need to go on a proper education program now, so that, and when you see that is done, brother, and let me hear this. When that is done, and I think that way Father and them should be doing, that is the end of colonization here. So that is the end of any PNM and any UNC in Tobago.
And Hochoy, I want to say to you that,
talk to me.
You see, the signal has already been sent by getting rid of the dressing thing. So don't take it as a small thing. You see what I'm saying? Don't take it, I tell you, the way how they deal with little things is how they go handle big things. So the little thing they started was the dress code thing. They will deal with now making sure that Tobagonians know who was the first chief secretary of Tobago.
Well, we need to go back a little beyond that. We have to go back a little beyond that because the first assembly was created in 1980. And we have to
do that.
Yeah, right. And we have to
educate
our people as to what triggered that. Because you know what you remember what triggered the internal self-government motion? 1976 was the general election.
And check for the other guys behind.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah, say check for the other guy.
1976 was the general election. And for the first time, the people of Tobago voted for another party beside the PNM. They voted for Mr. Robinson and Dr. Murray of the DAC. And they went into Parliament, and Dr. Williams, the PNM, mash up the only administration we have in Tobago and send husbands who are working in public service, wife in Trinidad, husband in Tobago. They mash up a lot of families as an act of reprisal against the people of Tobago for exercising the democratic right. And that the people of Tobago got up and said that we want to break away, we want independence, we want to secede. And it is proper leadership of Tobago under Robinson that said, that is exactly what Dr. Williams and the PNM wanted to do, to damage it. Let us keep the nation intact and go for our internal self-government. So we remain Trinidad and Tobago, but Tobago would have its autonomy and its right to make these decisions that are important to us in Tobago and to contribute to the nation of Trinidad and Tobago. That's how internal self-government. The people in Tobago are almost mad. So when you see Mr. Duke came on and talked about the independence, he would have heard this before, you know. He was not part of the struggle then. He was too young. And I'm saying to you, That is how, every time we hear that, there are some people in Tobago who believe that that was supposed to be done. The leadership that provided this.
So let me go up to some quick questions in the chat. Vonnie Roberts says, so Mr. Charles, what will you recommend to Mr. Farley regarding Tobago taxes and the way forward?
We have to put the system in place, because just remember, you know, you have time? Very quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just saying, the present legislation that we have, Act number 40 of 1996, I'm just saying this for your record, because you need to understand. That was passed, that was assented to by the president the very day that the Tobago House of Assembly elections were taking place in Tobago. It became law. So nobody in Tobago knew, but we having an election. The next day was the day that the results were announced. That is the 10th of December, 1996. And then the following day, the 11th, the president, Noah Hassan Ali, came up to inaugurate the assembly. I say that to tell you that we begin to put a new system and structure. There was no such system in Tobago before, you know. The first assembly was not like this, you know. Was like a county council, the committee, and so on, low-level staff. So I had to read the law and implement it the same day that it became law. So I did not spend a term in office, you know. Not even 4 years. Because we had to put a system in place, delivering services to people. One of these days, we're going to write a book on that. So I say that to you, to say to you that the assembly right now have the benefit of my experience. I offer them this service, free of cost, so that we could be able to set the infrastructure. Just the managerial infrastructure that I put in place has not been improved since I lived there for the last 20-something years. The level of the administration in Tobago is so low still with the administrators. Do you know, Mr. Farley spoke about it last week, that the chief administrator, who is like the PS to the PM in Trinidad, that is the administrator in the office of the chief secretary. And you have, as I said, 8 more or 9, 7, 1. Let me call it 7, 8 more. These administrators are at a level lower than a deputy permanent secretary in Trinidad. And they are accounting officer of the assembly. I'm saying this to tell you something. You cannot take Tobago forward if the level of the administration in Tobago is so low. You have to bring it up so that they could be able to deal with quality work in Tobago. The foreign direct investment that you're talking about, could you tell me the structure in the Ministry of Finance in Tobago to deal with those kind of stuff? We were now putting that in place. Right. Nothing has been done for the last 4 years. So while we are saying those things, the institutions are not yet put in place for 20-something years to allow the foreign direct investment. You want people of any quality in Tobago who could have these discussions with these people who are foreign people who come in here at every kind of level. You can go and talk to them with some junior staff. For instance, like if it's you are Wall Street man, you are man that your field. Who is sending to talk to you?
No, we go talk, man. We go. I'm gonna be able to bring them in the global business class and talk to them.
You know, it's so important. So, so you are quite right as we wrap up. You are quite right, and you need to put those institutions in place now. So not only talk, because you talk a lot of things. And when you look at implementation, just like in Trinidad, there is no implementation because of the fact that you don't have the institutions in place to deliver, to implement this stuff. So I wanted to warn these fellas about that. That's why the money that they have in Tobago, 40 billion in the last 20 years, is that you put a government before the DRC, I call it court, put them in court and win all this money for Tobago, you know. Tobago used to get 2.5% of the budget.
Yeah. It's like wasting money. But then again, Mr. Charles, someone else says this. Mr. Charles,
yes,
Vonnie Roberts again. He says you can't say the UNC, they were only there for 1 term. So it's not right to say so. PNM was always in control in Tobago. So when you had mentioned the UNC and the PNM doing the same thing, this person was saying you can't say UNC because it was only in office for 1 term. What do you say about that?
I just telling you that I am not talking theory.
Okay, right.
I have been the chief secretary while Mr. Pandey and the UNC NAR was in office. And it's they who I put in before the DRC and not the PNM. So when I say that both sides, I just give you an example of what Mr. Pandey and the UNC did when I was putting the infrastructure in place and putting the system in place in Tobago so that Tobago would have been able to bring their own goods into Tobago. And Mr. Pandey and they came up here, the UNC came here to contest to make sure that I lose the election so that those things couldn't take place. So I am not talking theory. I have journeyed there. I am talking my experience. Both sides are the same to Tobago.
And I see absolutely no reason why goods should pass Tobago, come to Trinidad, and have to come back to Tobago. That's a waste of time, money, and everything else.
I tell you, and cost Tobago, it costs us through blood, sweat, and tears.
That's absolutely wicked. That is absolutely wicked. And this is why I want to see you guys, that you get yourself together there and get this thing fixed.
I agree with you. And that is so easy to do. That is so easy to do because the harbor is there. Because while I was there, because I understand the law and I want to share this with Fali and they. I understand what is required to be done. That is when I was there. Do you know the lumber boat used to come into Scarborough?
But I know this is what I want you to do. I would appreciate if you, you really reignite things. Reach out to Fali and them, and try to educate them a little bit. They're young.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, they're young, and you kind of have to reignite their vision and what the agenda is and what needs to be done. And this is where we really need you to kind of put things into play here.
I offer them my services and I am prepared to continue to call them and contact them so that we can meet quietly. And the world doesn't have to know that I am the one who say anything to you. You just go ahead as though you are a breath of fresh air that come and just getting these things done. Nobody had to know that is you talking to you in the background because I would not mention it.
Exactly.
Top of the hour, Anselm.
So hold on. So guys, just stick and stay. Hochoy, stay with us for a little bit more. Let's go for a quick station identification. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we have with us the first chief sec of Tobago, no other than Hochoy Charles. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
So we are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. Hochoy, this is a yes or no answer. Do you get a pension as a past chief secretary of Tobago?
Yeah, we had put something in place, so I got one. We getting one.
Good.
Very
now,
small, though, but
right. Now,
I'm not going to tell you what about this.
Yeah. That's all right. Chris Wasnut says, in order for Tobago to get foreign investors, it had to be independent from Trinidad because the PNM will be in that negotiation and it will fail. But let me say this. You got to answer that, Hochoy. Let me say this to Chris. Chris, you're absolutely correct. Tobago can do FDI without having to go to Trinidad to get approval with respect to foreign direct investment. I could answer that because I knew that for a fact.
But if we also help the local business there, because like I said, I don't think we grasp the technological capabilities and we're not really making use of it. So I need that concept to be driven very hardly down in Tobago where the independent business person in Tobago could start drawing in that direct investment and excluding the government interference in it. They will try very hard to hijack it. We know that. They're going to try everything to derail this. But we know that we have the counterattack.
Gary, they ain't going to hijack it.
Listen, they're going to try. They're going to try, man. Come on. Get real.
I hear you. Let me get to something. Another person asked, Mr. Charles, what is your relationship with Fali?
He's like my son. but I offer, hear this. I offer to wash his feet. I wanted to hear me serious. This is serious. Eh? I offer him in every forum to wash his feet, you know.
Well, that is what parents do for the children.
Eh?
I said that's what parents do for their children.
Wait, just you remember I tell you my son. You remember I said my son first.
Go ahead,
So,
go ahead.
But hear this. But because he's big, he's not taking off his shoe and his socks, so I can't get his foot to wash.
Oh Lord.
So I believe maybe he's busy, because just remember, and I'm serious with this. Remember, you take over as chief secretary, you have no experience in that field, right? You're young, you would need guidance, right? And not only that, soon as he becomes chief secretary, you went and married. These are two serious set of responsibilities, you know, at the same time. And this is why I know that he will require the kind of help and guidance
and support
at this particular point in time. And that is why sometimes you may notice that there are so many blunders that have been made. I never mention them in public, because I will give fuel to fire, especially when the PNM and the Attorney General, they are concerned. They will love to hear them. So I don't even say anything that will come across as though I am either chiding them or you're against anything and so on and so on. I'm still waiting. So I know that I'm still waiting for him to communicate.
Well, I want to keep encouraging you to reach out to him. You know, that's what I want to
Yeah, I'm still doing that.
Yeah, here's one other question. It says, how does Mr. Charles freeze about how the THA rep dealt with the school fight at Scarborough? I don't know.
The what? I don't know anything about the school fight.
Right. All right. That was just a question there.
Yeah, that was unnecessary though.
Yeah, let me. But you know, Hochoy, I have to tell you.
You're a great. You're a great leader when you know what to overlook. You know? You have to know what to overlook.
Yeah. Correct is right. You know, I mean, you know, Hochoy, I gotta tell you that, as you know, my father lives in Roxborough, Tobago, right? And I have, by the way, somebody just said Hochoy Charles was one of the better leaders in Tobago after A&R Robinson.
That was my only teacher, you know.
Oh, A&R Robinson?
That my only political teacher. We have gone to the United Nations together, you know, while he was president, you know. When he was going to get his award, I was chief secretary at HRM, you know, so that I can see the intricacies, the inside out. I don't know why he was preparing for something like even today, you know. And I want to give a Farley Augustine all of this. Because quickly, I don't want to keep you, quickly, when you were talking about foreign direct investment and a lot of other stuff, you know, Anstem, there is something that you call the EPA.
Yes.
Economic Partnership Agreement.
Yes.
These things are done with government and people and institutions. I see something like that, and I wanted to share with Farley because I hear the Secretary for Health would have mentioned something, and I said, oh God, I want to share something. Even the international organization like the IADP and the world and those institutions, there is something that you call that you have. Even grant funding that we can get here. Do you know that because of the way that those organizations are made up, even though you are entitled to a grant fund, even though it's an NGO in Trinidad and Tobago, do you know that the government of Trinidad and Tobago, there's an officer in the Ministry of Planning that has to say they have no objection to you receiving the grant before you can get it. It's not a loan that you have to repay. Grant funding, but the government have to say, I have no objection. This is one thing I want to share with them, for I don't go and ball out things, you know. And when you're looking for it, you can't get it. You grant fund out there, and the government sit down quietly and not saying we have no objection, so you can't get it.
Can you reach out to Watson Duke in the meantime also? And
I will talk to Farley.
Okay.
I will talk to the chief secretary.
Ocho, I know that the wealth of knowledge that you bring, them fellas and them know that you can bring a lot to the table, and
I want to help them.
You will do right by them. I think they understand that, and I can say that. I
want to help them.
Right. I can say that.
Feel. Because
right. That's what I'm saying. Hochoy. I'm saying FBI and Tobago will be totally different. I can say that. But I don't want to say nothing more, but I can.
But a lot of this conversation has to be carried on privately. But the thing about it is that we want to make sure they succeed, and let's do that. We could organize a conversation with them privately. Answer.
Listen,
true. Because my position has always been, as you know, I think I expressed that to you sometime. My position, and I expressed this to the nation. Even Fazir had me on one morning. Yesterday morning, Zika? Yesterday morning, I was on our morning edition. Huh? Was Thursday? Thursday morning. But last night, didn't come back? No, man, it's Friday. No, Friday. It was Friday. Yesterday morning. And then last night, the whole Fazir program was me explaining the Tobago House of Assembly Act, how and what is required to be done in order to have harmony in the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago, having regard to the function of the cabinet under the Constitution. And I wanted to share that with these chaps, But I said this in public, and I'm maintaining it tonight for your hearing to answer them and your other supporters that you have, your co-hosts and so on with you. That I always believe that when a government is in office, me talking party now, although party is the vehicle you use to get in government. Whenever a government is in office, every citizen of that country must work to make sure that that government succeed. Because if the government fail, the whole country fail. Not the party, because you can make the government succeed and the party fail. That is my position, and this is why I believe I want to work with the chaps here to make sure that Farley and them succeed as the only government we have on the island.
And that is patriotic, Mr. Charles.
And thank you, my dear. And I said, free, I want no pay for it. Just like how I work with Mr. London and they who would have been bitter against me and get me out of office, I went and worked with them to produce the document that is before the Parliament. 4 years, free. I don't even want lunch. I don't even want your water. I will walk with my water.
Let them get water at least, man. Let them get
it's true. No, they rarely give water and so on. But it's true, it's free. I don't want money. I want to work like my contribution to my country to make sure it is liberated and empowered so that we could be able to hand some money to Trinidad too.
Hochoy, you say that, right? And that is the same thing I have for Chumakak Laventille. I don't want no contract from the government. I don't want no CPEP contract. I want a URP contract. I have never had the government contract. I want the people in my constituency where I grew up, right, to be able to come outside and feel the nice breeze, the nice Chumakak breeze, and see nice painted building and don't have to see an abandoned building. So I think the same thing I'm thinking about. But Hochoy, I want to say, man, it's always a pleasure when you come on. It's always an educated, discussion where we can learn so much about what's going on in Tobago. And I know you are a very busy man, but whenever we call on you, you come in and you give us a lot of your time. You were already here about 2 hours already. So we want to say thank you so very kindly. And any closing words before you go?
Well, I think that the assembly itself, the chief secretary and the executive council in Tobago should, because of what's happening, and I'm sure you have heard or you are hearing about these bitter correspondence passing between the Attorney General matters filed in the court.
Yes.
There's a provision in the law, the existing Tobago House of Assembly Act, and it is Section 31. And it is so important. I think I have it by this idea. And it is for your information too. And it was put there for a purpose. And I think that what is required to be done now, the Chief Secretary should not wait on the Prime Minister to trigger it. He should. Look what it says. the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary shall hold regular discussions with a view to formulating administrative and legislative mechanism for the promotion of harmony in the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. And I think because of what's happening, where you have one decision being made here, then another decision is made here, it is going to devastate the assembly if you carry through, and so on and so on. That the Chief Secretary in Tobago should really trigger this provision because it's mandatory, you know. He said, shall, you know, mandatory. And once that happens, the conversation can begin. We in the background could be able to help the Chief Secretary to know these are the conversations you should have with the Prime Minister now, so that we could be able to have harmony in the affairs, and you are being able to give them the opportunity without any restrictions at all, without what we call it, the word, it just beating me there now and so on, fettering the thing. Without that, and we are going to be able, the Chief Secretary and the executive in Tobago will be able to sit down here and will be able to carry on the business of Tobago, get down, hit the ground running to solve the issues that have bedeviled us in Tobago for the last 20 years, and to deal with what my brothers have been saying on your program, deal with the FDI.
So, Mr. Charles, we want to say thank you so very kindly for joining us. And it's always a pleasure when you come into the village.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles.
Good
My
night.
pleasure.
Thank you very much.
And love to always hear your voice.
Take care.
Where you call the lady? The Storm?
The Storm, that is Storm, boy.
I listen to how, with some dissertation sometimes, and I say it's really the Storm in truth.
That ain't no joke, you know. That ain't no joke.
I'm telling you.
That is a Storm coming from 2 countries, you know.
Yes.
Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago.
Barbados, Trinidad. I hear it sometimes, you know.
Boy, when that storm come, when that Barbados storm comes, so take cover, you know.
Watch yourself. Let me call me a motley for y'all.
All right, take care.
Always a pleasure. Thank you all. Right. Thank you all very much.
All right, good night. Right. We're looking forward to hearing from you again.
Pleasant night to you.
And Sam, check and see if Mr. Rodney's behind there.
No, Rodney's still in Picton.
All right, let me call him up.
He ain't coming in yet.
He tell me he was listening. Okay, let me check with him. Okay.
Yeah, anytime Hochoy Charles come in.
Knowledge.
It's knowledge, boy. Knowledge. We just gotta sit back and relax.
Knowledge.
We gotta sit back and relax and just let the knowledge flow, man.
Yeah, power. Knowledge is power.
Yeah, knowledge is power, boy. That's why, hey, I Mulligan or L Mulligan, welcome, man. You L Mulligan, boy. We have a new fella. Is it L? That's an L, Diana.
That looks like an I.
Oh, yeah. That's an I. That's an I. I Mulligan came in for the first time on the stream of Dr. Rowley's speech today. Where wait.
Okay, so keep checking for me because he's attempting to log in now.
Yeah.
Don't give me a headache now, boy. See why you wearing my hoodie here? Oh, God.
No, but listen to this. I want to pop 2 things here. I want to pop this here. I want to pop this here, right? Okay. I put this up here, right? And them from the go along, get along, PNM gang. Oh, God, by the gang up under Diana, boy. Boy, Diana, they squeeze out from under the red table, and hear them now. Oh God, the conference was about COVID-19. I said, but what kind of asinine PhD in stupidology, PhD in dotisology, PhD in foolishology them people have, boy. And Gary Mahabia.
Go ahead.
Hiding.
Your Prime Minister office joined in too.
Hello.
I ain't calling she name.
Who's that? Oh, the one that say I obnoxious.
Yeah, the one who call you at UNC, what?
No, she said I'm obnoxious and
yeah,
I'm a UNC activist.
Let me tell you. So I put up this post. Imagine the blackest man in TNT And if they do any work, they will know that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, called himself the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago. So if you call yourself that, and I am repeating what you call yourself, is that disrespectful?
What was he trying to capitalize on there?
Help me out, Gabriel. Diana?
But Anselm,
Yeah.
I confuse. You know, when I confuse, I just bring it, right?
Yeah.
So you're going and vaccinate to congregate for Carnival.
Yeah, well, you could only go in if you're vaccinated.
Well, you're vaccinating to congregate. And he himself said that the virus likes when people together. And there are cases here, according to, you know, the breakthrough infections. So why you only having 10? Oh God, Father, rest a hand here. Why only allowing 10 people at the riverbanks where they could really spread out and stuff? But you're gonna allow people that are, you know, that take the juice to congregate for Carnival on the special whatever. Oh,
I know.
God,
You asking too much. You asking too much sensible things, eh? And let me add this one before I go. Before we get to the next guest. Before we get to the next guest. Now, I'm putting out the challenge again. Let me put it out again. Let me go solo here. Our guest, hold with us a minute. Let me just go solo here and remove this from here. Let me go over here. So, Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, this is Anselm Wall Street born from your constituency of Chumacat, Laventille. I am sending out a challenge to you, Mr. Hines, for you to spend 5 nights in the Beatum, 5 nights of your choice. And once you spend those 5 nights, Mr. Hines, I will take 5 vacation days because school starting on Tuesday, and I've got to take 5 vacation days. It depends. I know you might want to spend the weekend because you might want to be home with your family and you want to have the patience on the weekend with your family. So, Mr. Hines, 5 nights you will spend on the Beatum. I will match you with 5 nights on the Beatum as well. And I will pay all the expenses, even if you have security guards that need to be paid, Mr. Hines, I will pay those security guards as well, in order for them to say that, I might have been in a tent and you might want to have a little security. That's all right. I will take care of that. So the challenge to you, Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, is to spend 5 nights on the Beatum, and I, Anselm Wall Street Reborn, will also spend 5 nights on the Beatum with a fully expense paid trip that will be financed by yours truly. So, Mr. Hines, I expect you, today is, what is the date today? I expect you today is Saturday.
15th.
I expect you by Martin Luther King holiday, which is on Monday, to let me know if you are going to pick up the challenge and have patience and spend 5 nights on the Beatum. And I am going to spend 5 nights on the Beatum as well. Up to you now, Mr. Hines. The ball is in your court, Mr. Fitzgerald Hines.
Ooh, Ethelbert. Come on, Ethelbert.
Let's begin our next guest.
Ooh.
Welcome, Mr. Rodney Stowe. How are you doing?
Before we get into the
I'm good.
Mr. Stowe is the uncle of the mother of little Jade and Darius. You little calypso yes.
Okay, good. Yes. So, Mr. Stowe, welcome to the Village of the DAG Triplets. Of course, DAG is GAG. D is Diana. Diana is considered to be the Storm.
Ooh.
A is myself, Anselm. I could be considered to be Flash or Wall Street. Then we have G. G is considered to be Gary or the Phantom.
Yeah, he always missing in action.
Storm, right?
Yeah, it's the Storm. I would blow. All right.
I don't want to call you the Phantom and call Gary the Storm. I don't want to mix things up.
Gary's the Phantom. He always missing in action.
All right, yeah. And then we have a 4th person who is Tony, and he's the commissioner here in Newark.
And he's a
So,
serious
Mr.
guy.
Stowe,
He packing.
welcome to In the Village to the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Just fighting with the community as usual, trying to keep it up and running.
So, tell us, what constituency did you represent?
I represented Laventille West, a very tough constituency going into. I'm born and bred in Laventille, and everything that I do is just for Laventille. Everything I do. I play football from Laventille. I am a pan tuner from Laventille, So everything was learned and built from Laventille.
Talk now, Ansem, talk now. You can't talk now. Go ahead, brother. yeah.
Oh, Anselm, you
100% Laventille here, brother. Talk now. Yeah. So brother, tell us what's going on down there in your community.
Hold on, hey, Rodney, say hello to Julia Davy. Julia Davy in the chat.
Lord.
Julia Davy, welcome. Go ahead, Rodney, go ahead.
Julia will try, but she will never succeed. Never. Laventille right now is just as a normal Laventille. Nothing is changing. Nothing. You could leave New York after 15 years and come back and walk Laventille as normal. Nothing is changing, because as the PNM has it as a stronghold, whenever a protest come up, you find things would happen. And after that, they go back dormant again until maybe closer to election, and that's it again. That's basically the PNM in Laventille. Like how this beat-up situation is up.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead.
You see, like how this beat-up situation is up, Laventille is a focus. You would find things start to happen, roads start to pave, everything start to happen all of a sudden, and just within the next 3 months, everything go back to dormant again. We can have now my thing of representing Laventille is because we don't have representation. These politicians play game with us. They come in, they smile, they think. When they get a vote, that's it. If you come up here on a Tuesday and a Thursday to see Mr. Hines, you might see the security. You mightn't see Mr. Hines.
But you see, Rodney, I find it very simple, right? So as you heard, I put out the challenge to Mr. Hines, right? And people go along, get along, PNM gang. You know what they're saying to me? Well, Wall Street, you should come first and spend 5 nights. I simply tell them, I am not the MP for Laventille West. Right?
No.
Well, Beetham is included. I'm not the MP.
But
so if
your challenge is impossible. I don't even think you can.
Say that again? You went out a little bit.
You froze
a little bit.
PNM again.
I don't feel you can spend 1 day on the beat-up.
No, you can spend 1 day.
Yeah, we again up here. I don't think you can spend 1 day. I don't think. I don't think it's one day will be.
But look, I'm forgetting your first name, yes?
Who?
Wilson.
Fitzgerald?
No. Wilson, my partner Wilson from Money Beater, man.
Anderson.
My partner Anderson Williams. I don't know, it's alleged. Anderson Williams stated it's alleged that he used to spend a few mornings in the beat-up. I don't know. Anderson Williams.
Well, if you do go to the beat-up, it will be full security.
Yeah, you used to see me even 2 o'clock in the morning. It's alleged. I don't know how true that is.
I wouldn't see that happening. I don't see that happening. I wouldn't see that happening unless he go in with full security.
But Rodney, why do you think that other parties have such difficulties garnering votes in Laventille?
Edification. You see, people, we've been spoon-fed. right? From early age, we've been spoon-fed. For instance, the dew, the lid, everything like that is formed for Laventillians to just be dependent on the government, right? If you come to Laventille, basically businesses are leaving Laventille than coming to Laventille now. You understand? So the problem we have now is the CPEP, and that is all we have as employment now. So basically, we have been spoon-fed from due late coming up that these are the things that Laventille people deserve. You know, so it's very difficult now for other parties really coming in, you know, because they are accustomed. If you come in as a new party, everything they're looking for is money.
But okay, so I hear you, right? And what are some of the things that you think needs to be done in order to change the people's mindset about another party other than the PNM?
Edification, I keep saying it, if we edify the youths, because we can't change the older folks, no matter what we try. During my walk in the last election, someone told me they can't be ungrateful to Dr. Eric Williams. So I asked the question, we live in the 21st century, why Dr. Eric Williams? He's dead so long. They continue to tell me I really can't be ungrateful to Dr. Eric Williams. So the basic is that we have to attack the youths and edify them about, you know, change. What change will bring to them. Because if you edify them, and I keep showing them, if a next party win Laventille, you will have that party fighting to keep Laventille and the PNM fighting to get it back. So it's two sets of investment would be coming to Laventille instead of none that as we have now. So we had to edify them on change, you know, but we can't tackle the older folks. We must tackle the youths. Because no matter where you try them older folks, it ain't changing.
So you think it's a thing where that the people need to be edified in order. But I hear they said that the Beatum had gone yellow. I hear Anderson had a yellow flag flying in the Beatum, and they say Beatum had gone yellow.
Up to this day, he haven't flying. Up to this day, it's flying there.
So you tell me Anderson was just flying a yellow flag. That's it. They get Anderson something from the fly a yellow flag. That's what it is.
No, but up to this day, his flag is flying by his house.
All right.
It's the only flag anyway. Anytime you drive up the Beatum, you must see the flag. You must know that Anderson house.
No. So as far as you are concerned, Rodney, are you still going to stay in the politics, or the politics is over for you?
No, I'm going to stay and fight to you know, because you see, it come like an everyday thing to me. People see it as politics to me, but I see it as an everyday thing, because if I don't do what I do in Laventille, plenty things would collapse. You understand? Because I have a lot doing, especially with the youth. We have our Laventille football team who is doing exceptionally well, who is now moved from Savannah football to Super League. We have netballers doing the same thing. We have basketballers coming back. You know, we wanted to start a program with Derek Conbred James to bring these things back into Laventille and have the focus as we had before. Because these youths now just basically staying inside and just play gaming. They staying on the phone and the tablet. They instead of hand-eye coordination. You understand? And Laventille was a place that's full of sport and culture. So when this die away, you know, Laventille no longer.
And of course, Rodney, I know you're getting mad assistance from the representative of Laventille West, Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, right?
Mad disappearance.
Rodney, come on.
Let me get how hard it is. The football team progressed for the last 3 to 4 years. This team has been progressing. And this team is almost 100 meters away from Mr. Hines' office. And he has never never visit this team.
Now, you sure about that? Maybe he visited when you wasn't there. He could have visited and you wasn't there.
When I'm there, I'm the coach. I'm one of the trainers. I'm a player. He can't visit when I'm there.
Okay. When you are trying, I'm looking for excuse, man.
And if I tell you this, the swimming pool is built the same place.
Really? Oh, that's what he feels?
Really, the swimming pool is built the same place.
Sorghum Trace, right? That's Sorghum Trace?
Huh?
Sorghum Trace, right? Where the swimming pool is?
Yeah, Sorghum Trace, the swimming pool is built the same place where we train.
Wow, 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 wow. Damn, boy.
And again, that swimming pool, if he
Well, he built the pool for when all they finish, or they could go there and they are soak out. Right? You know, you need to be a little
and you can't go in just so. You can't go in there just so.
No?
No. I had personally have an issue with the swimming pool.
Okay.
It's a good thing for Laventille, but it's built. Please.
Yeah, but internet ain't easy in Trinidad and Tobago.
Right? Because of two reasons. If you go into an area, the swimming pool is built under the quarry. You leave about. You hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Start over. Go ahead. Talk about the swimming pool. Yeah.
Right. I have a problem with the swimming pool where it is built, right? It is built under a quarry, which part rocks just come down at time to time, according to how the rain fall. Right? And you build this pool when you could have built it, which we have the basketball court, and coordinate the basketball court with the car park that you built on top. And this whole place would not have a security issue if rain fall and the rocks decide to come up. Nobody was consulted. He said he went to the committee in Sorghum Trace. When we went to them, they said them had no idea about that. Right? This swimming pool could have be built right in front, which are the basketball court, and these things are where this whole facility will be blocked around, including the football field, and everybody will be secured properly. Right? So we have $1 million swimming pool, and if rain decides to beat, you will see rocks rolling into that pool.
Oh dear.
Because we just be playing football, and sometimes about 2 years ago we were playing on the field, and a big rock came down and hit the goalpost.
Wow.
So what is different about that swimming pool?
Well,
which is actually under the bank.
Well, let me look on the bright side. At least they have it. You know what I mean? That's. I mean.
Yeah. Well, I am grateful for it, but the thing is, Plantation would have been putting it in a better place. You don't just go into communities and just do what you feel is right.
You know, I am coming to the conclusion that Fitzgerald is doing the best he can with what he knows.
I will give you a thumbs up for that. I will give you a thumbs up for that because he don't.
Yeah, I think we're expecting a little much more from him, and that is just not him. And he's doing the best he can with what he knows.
I wasn't expecting more from him because if you go back to his stint in Laventille East, it was the same thing, same problems.
Oh boy.
So I am not expecting more. That's why I will tell him. I just always tell him to his face. Anytime I go up against you, you would have problems, right? Because I am somebody bred. I'm somebody bred from the community, and I am well known. When I tell you well known. I could tell you about even Chumakak, where you from. The Joseph and them, where we play football, we develop Chumakak field now to an extent that I could tell you a lot.
I'm gonna pick up for Ethelbert Hines and say he's a good wordsmith.
He could talk. He's a
He
good
can write
talker. He could talk his
good
way.
writing.
No. What's something? Look at this, right? I the other day, me and he had some words, and I showed him something simple as this. If you go on our travel guide, the first place that is tell you where not to go, and which is Laventille, right? Because they consider it one of the high-risk areas. Our MP is the National Security Minister. What has he done to bring that thing to nothing?
Very good question. Yeah. They're messing with his internet, Angela. Hey,
But
very good.
let me, we just went back to the point that the man.
Let him log out and come again. Maybe that will help.
You hear us?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Well, we have to go back to the point where that the man is doing the best he can with what he knows. You know, and you cannot expect, you don't get water out of stone, you know. you can't.
Yeah, but you see, it again, it's just like what Hochoy Charles, it's like what Hochoy Charles offering to Farley and them. There are people in this community who could take him far. Not only me, it have other people who is working in this community. You understand? And he does just like ignore everybody.
Well, no, because you had to be part of the go along, get along PNM gang, man.
He had to be yes man. Everything he say, you had to say yes. That is the problem with him. Everything he said, you had to say yes and go along with that. Right? And he don't have a clue about Laventille. He don't have a clue about Laventille. The people that he go to could only help him around election time to try and bring out the older ones, and that's it. Because if you check the majority of his voting slate is older people over 50 years old.
Well, I think Rodney, that this is his last hurrah as an MP for any constituency, because I don't think there's any constituency left for him to go and fail in. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know what move him now as he's National Security Minister, and I believe he have a little play with the Prime Minister now. So I don't feel next election they will move him, they send him back up.
No, they will move him because listen, he already failed in Mova Laventille East. He failed in Mova Laventille West, right? They might, I don't know, there's no other constituency he can go to where he can fail. You know? So
exactly, because I don't, that's what I'm saying, I don't see, and I don't want to move him, you know, because I'm looking for change. And if they move him, it will be harder to get change.
Nah. If they move him and somebody
I'm telling you, if they move him, because a lot of the voters did not vote because of him, you know.
Now the PNM ain't gonna pay him back. They ain't paying him back. I'm telling you, they ain't gonna pay him back. You gotta find out next time.
You see, the thing with Laventille, we have to be realistic, right? Any other party coming in Laventille starting at a 5,000 minus. That is the older folks coming out who should they sure coming out, right? So you have to be that.
Well, yeah, a yellow baby.
Besides that, they just try to make
the
next 5,000, which he did not make the last.
A yellow body will spend mayors that Kareem Marcel wants to go against Fitzgerald.
You see, with him there, it is a kind of. Who?
Kareem Marcel. A yellow body will spend mayors. You want to come up against.
Well,
you sure not right, buddy?
She would not make sense because she is not known in the community.
No, Kareem Marcel. Marcel.
You see, the problem is that Hines have a. Yeah, but she don't have a face in the community.
So Wilson's son. I talk about Shoma Wilson's son. Shoma Wilson's son, Kareem Marcel.
Yeah, I know. They don't have a
Yeah.
face. We'll have to use his father's. We'll have to use his father's face. You see, Laventille people go for who they know, eh?
Mm.
And Laventille is a big area. It stems from Beetham to Belmont to Chinapu. It's a big area. Parsi Street, all these areas. So you remember, you had to have a. It's not just being in Laventille, you know, because I'm from the heart of Laventille. Right? I am not too far from where you live. You live Chumakaka, I live by the crossroad, Picton and Laventille Junction. But because of my football aspect in life and my pan playing with Desperados, I am known to all the community.
Rodney, the internet gave me little problems.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Your internet gave little problems. They're going in and out. Yeah, what do you know? Rodney, go out and come back in.
Yeah, I'm log out and come back. Yeah, that is
All right.
Gary, log out and come back in. Yeah.
Ethelbert Hines. Leave Ethelbert alone, answer. Why are you picking on Ethelbert?
So, I Mulligan says the Port of Spain mayor wants to give jobs to the homeless to get them off the street. What do you think about that?
Oh boy.
We got so many young men and women who have no job. Listen, them fellas is a bunch of clueless people. You really truly, boy? No, seriously, no. All of them need to come into my business management class and organizational behavior. Seriously, all of them. Every single one of them. Because it's a bunch of clueless people, boy. Right? Hey, if I'm homeless, don't I have mental problems?
Not always.
Not necessarily.
Not
No, but
always.
come on, not all of them, but a lot of them have mental problems. That's why they're on the street. If you help them come back into society by dealing with the problems, you want to give them a job? How they will keep that job?
Yep, got a point there too.
Well, first of all, the way you have to go about that answer, if they're homeless, you give them a place to stay in the city, and you put them through some kind of training. If you utilize them to clean up the place and include some educational training with it, that could work. I think Rodney's coming back in,
Yeah, Rodney back in. How you doing? You hearing us now? Rodney, you hearing us?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, you're back inside.
Yeah, I'm hearing you clear.
Yeah.
So let's get into the situation.
Go ahead, Gary.
Let's get into the situation. What's taking place in the Beetham with this toxic sewer water in the people houses, and they can't have clean drinking
Gary, this
water
is not the first time that happening. This is not the first time this happening.
Go ahead, tell us. Lay it out, brother. Go ahead.
Right? This happened before, and every time they protest, this is what has happened. Now, WASA came in to fix a pipeline that they say was a major pipeline that they have to run over the lines through the main road because it's a big pipeline. When they started digging, they say they found another problem, which was the sewer problem. So over 3 months now, they're just on, they have moved 100 feet. Over 3 months because they bounce up other problem. With the other problem now, all the sewer is backing up into everybody's toilets. And they saying they can't fix it. So this is one of the biggest problem Beetham residents has, because is everybody being affected, not just one.
But this is something I see as warrant some extraction of the people from the area, because it's a serious danger to their health. It's a serious health hazard that I see something that cannot wait and needs immediate.
You have dust blowing everywhere. Besides that, you're having holes that are not covered properly after, and then you have the sewer. Sometimes it's coming up all in the road from the manholes.
And this is a landfill area, right? So then we probably have some
Yes.
toxic soil that
Exactly.
some
You
kind
have
of a
toxic
radiant
soil, you have all these
fumes.
things. All these things you have right there. And the dump
I've
is
heard
right
some
there.
stories about lead poisoning to the kids at some point there over the years.
Well, that was some time back before, But again, if you test that soil, you would move out everybody,
But
If
isn't
you
that
really test that soil there, you might move out everybody.
but isn't that what you want? Don't you want a permanent solution?
Yeah, we want a permanent solution, but it's where they're going to put them.
What do you mean where? They have to find somewhere to put them.
This is Trinidad. We don't find anything. We just try to fix the problem and leave them.
Don't they have a lot of houses somewhere with vine growing all on them? Somewhere where those houses?
Yeah,
they
they
HDC
do.
houses.
Those
They do have
HDC
a lot of
houses.
HDC houses, but they're trying to pack everybody in Orapun, and which is very packed right now.
But we do have a lot of houses that are sitting in other places that are not being utilized and being overwhelmed by the bushes and things like that, right?
We have houses all over the place. If you drive over through this country, you would see houses, windows started to be theft, and everything being vandalized, toilets being
removed.
If you drive, you would see all these things happening.
Oh my God!
You would see all this happening. It's not like just like it's built and right away the point. If you even the other day I was driving into San Fernando and their house is still empty on the highway side there.
Is there anybody willing to document these things and bring us some videos on these things so we can confront them with it? That would help.
We could do things like this and because it's even better for us when we get these things out, because every time you protest this is where you get a little reaction and then it shuts.
Yeah, they throw you little crumbs.
You see the protest bring. Mr. Hines didn't go to the beatum because I was down there. He didn't go to the beatum, but he went on the papers and pleaded to the minister to speed up the work. But your residents need you now. Your residents need you. That people can't go back into the house because the sewer is coming out in the toilets.
But we have to.
He's not
maybe you can mobilize the people to force the hand of the government because he's not doing the job. So maybe you can force the hand of the government, and if you can mobilize the people,
force the hand of Trinidad government. That is like forcing the hand of the police.
Yeah. But can I ask something, sir? Let me ask you something.
Yes.
Oh God, I don't know. No, aren't the children still being homeschooled, and there are a lot of schools that are still empty, that are not being fully utilized?
No, you see how my internet giving problems? This is happening throughout Laventille. And there are a lot of kids without internet. I had a class after the election that I tried to keep the office. I kept it for like 4 months after. And my class was 25 people going, and people still coming who don't have laptops, who don't have tablets, who have no internet. And these people have to go to school. So all this time, these children was doing nothing.
But I was talking about the vacant school properties. Can't they move the people and put them there, then set up beds, let the military set up beds, and because there's running water there and stuff. I mean, can't that be done?
It could be, but you have to put it into action. It have to be put into action because a lot of kids, most of the kids in Laventille using cell phone to do the schoolwork. Sometimes the schoolwork cannot be downloaded on the cell phone.
Yeah, the storage capacity.
Exactly. You don't have because they're using their parents' cell phone to do the work in school. So some of the kids is being left out.
Oh,
and I was trying to work on that seriously to get tablets and to them, and we had a guy donating 6 tablets, 2 computers, that kind of thing, and we was trying our best to really reach out to some of the kids, and some of them have no internet to really do the work online.
So can we get like a room somewhere and set up a homework center in some areas where you get internet for one area, let the kids share it, like, you know.
Yeah. And
Because you can't give
I'll
internet to
get,
everybody, so you get a
As I said for the election, as I said for the election, I keep singing this story. We have a set of white elephant in our areas that we call community centers that does nothing. It's some old lady with a key in a corner, and these places being locked up. Unless it have a little wedding or somebody decide to have a little function in it.
Why can't
Right?
you move the
And this is
residents
under
from?
community development.
Why they can't move the residents from Beetham and put them in those, relocate them to those areas or something, you know? Ooh, Lord.
Again, it left up to your MP to work and put all these action into place.
I
Because we
think
have
they
a
lack
lot
vision and they lack the will, and we have to kind of, if the people mobilize enough and have the probably you could help lead that direction. I don't know, because you have
I've
to
always
force their
been
hand.
trying to get these things off. Remember, it's hard for me to get it off the ground as a normal citizen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because I was trying to
It's
call,
hard
which I did. I called Wassa many times, different places, and they give me the runaround because I was trying to get a truck with fresh water to go to the Beetham, and they want to know why, and if I have an account, and how I know this. I said, sweetheart, it's
it's
on
all
the
that you get.
news. It's on the news.
You will
What's
get
going on in Beetham?
I just tell people, even begging for a simple thing as a football team. From the time you put Laventille in front, we go call you.
But that shouldn't
You can't
be.
beg for that. You can't beg for that. Now you equipment, nothing you can beg for. From the time you put Laventille in front, it's like, you put the devil in front.
The stereotyping.
You understand? And people need help up here. People, it's very hard up here. People not understanding how some of Laventille people are suffering still. You know? They have a project going on building outside toilets. Ask them how much toilets they cater to build for up here already. And that is to show you the level that people are still in Laventille. It's almost 84 toilets they're looking to build in a month and all. How all these people do have toilets and still using latrine? How? In the 21st century?
Oh, boy.
This is madness. And walking the area, you're seeing people. It have people without lights up here.
And who is the MP?
And that's our next issue.
And they bring a standpipe to you all the other day.
Issue because the MP will give you a run around. Check me in the office now. When you come Tuesday, you can't get to see it.
Can I ask you something? The standpipe that they bring the other day, how
so
it's
very hard. It's very hard. It have people, and I keep the standpipes.
Yeah.
Basically, they don't really use standpipes anymore. You know, they more or less trying to run the 3-inch main to everybody yard where you're putting the standpipes in your yard now, right?
But Miss MP Hines was seen cutting ribbon for correct me if I'm wrong.
That's just basically trying to give, and then we have a water issue. We have standpipes, but we don't have water.
Lord, Father.
And that is a big issue for me, having the most tanks in Trinidad with a pumping station, and we still can't get water. And then we have a bigger issue that 75% of Laventille do not have these for their place. So to get lights and water could be difficult.
I think what's really disheartening about this is the proximity of these locations to the capital city of the whole country.
But there's springs on the Laventille, I was heard. So why they can't tap into these source springs and bring the water to the people? Why can't a big tank be put somewhere and do some sort of irrigation system and get water up to the Father. Anselm, what kind of people is this? I don't know.
Nah, I did know some people need go along, get along, PNM gang here.
But don't waste your time, man. You know,
No,
some of them,
I have to answer them. Because
man, you know,
I have to answer them. Yeah.
you know, and when I called,
You're
I called two
exposing them.
places.
You're exposing them.
You called about the situation in the Bethlehem. How you know that? And I understand there's a case of cholera
We
there.
lost Rodney.
Yeah, he coming back.
Okay, we lost Rodney. Yeah.
There's a case of cholera there. The children are breaking out in lesions all over their skin and all this. And when I called to highlight it, they asked me how I know this and who am I and why am I calling about this. I mean, why am I calling about it? Were we supposed to just sit there and let them suffer? They need clean drinking water. And the guy from Wassa, he showed me. But don't worry, I'm gonna get that truck of water there. Don't you worry.
So Rodney, how can we support you there in this fight to get the things done for the people? Is there any way you can give us the information that we could confront the government with the facts?
I could try to get as much information to you to confront the government.
On your walkabout, if you could take some videos, do some lives, any kind of thing, just give us what we can utilize.
I have a lot. Even if you go on my page, there are a lot of my UNC page. There are a lot of things I highlighted when walking about.
Oh, okay. I'll have to look for it. Yeah.
Right? There's a lot, including house falling apart from water seeping underneath and that kind of thing.
See, there's water underneath, but they can't get water inside people's house.
They can't get water in some of the areas. Yeah.
He himself said there's springs under there.
Because they're not tapping some of the springs. We have a lot of springs in Laventille that they just close up without tapping. So that water will find some way.
Somewhere to go. You know?
So let's go for a quick.
So we have a lot of issues up here that not being paid. Yeah.
So we gotta go for a quick station identification. Stay right here. Let's go for a quick station identification. It's in the village to the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we have with us Rodney Stowe live and direct out of Laventille talking with us. We'll be right back after this short station identification.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you in the village to the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Let me see if there's any questions here in the chat. Let me see. Question. What business does Laventille have? Does Laventille have any business? Rodney? What type of business does Laventille have? You there, Rodney? I think
he's hearing. Yeah, he's frozen.
Yeah. I think his internet again. Yeah, his internet is gone.
How do they expect the children to learn with this substandard internet service? Huh? And oh God.
Everything fine out there, man. Nothing wrong. Everything is good.
Yeah. When we talk about it, what do you know? I'm not all out there. I hate to hear that. When I talking about issues that affect my birthland, I hate people telling me, "Oh, you don't all out there," and all highlighting the ills that are bothering Trinidad and Tobago.
We don't
know. You out there. Why have drag? Oh, come on. We want better. Because all of us are on the other closer to the departure lounge than the arrival. So how you want to leave it for the youth? How you want to leave the place for the youth?
So Rodney,
come on, people.
Someone was asking a question. What type of businesses do they have in Laventille?
None.
I think we should be able to answer
Everybody running from Laventille. You know what we have in Laventille that is running pretty good? Yeah.
the business that we have running pretty good is Simpsons, the federal hoop.
What about the rum makers?
Right? Besides that, businesses are leaving Laventille because of robberies, and you can't get trucks to come into Laventille. Simple thing as gas, very hard to get in Laventille.
Hey, Rodney, do you know
Yeah.
somebody asked a question, can someone investigate? This is Dilma's Soulfly Charles. Can someone investigate how many people in the Beatum have either gotten sick or died since this sewage had started? Do you know if anyone's got, well, I mean, we know a few people have gotten sick, but do you know, Rodney?
I don't know offhand that how much been sick, but a lot of people have been complaining of illness. The last time I walked through, a lot of people was complaining of illness.
And we don't know what we're talking about. Mind we business.
So is there where we can get some feedback from the documentation?
So listen, I mean, I think that you know, we have to continue the struggle and continue the fight, and you know, all I could say, Diana, I say what better days are coming, because we just can't continue this way.
Nope.
And you know, Laventille, it is my belief that there is change coming to Laventille. That's what my belief is, and I'm gonna continue to believe that.
Me too.
You know, and no one gonna deny me of that. That change is coming to Laventille soon, very soon.
Well, Ansem, we have to participate in making the change in Trinidad and Tobago. We just can't say and hope and wish.
Yeah, but we participated by highlighting the issue.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we had to put up a fight. We had to put up a fight. We had to.
In Laventille, like in my time, the older folks used to come out and say, "Boy,
We're losing his voice."
It might low, Rodney.
Because of the crime situation, and the idea now is to pull them back out. You know, so that they would have this influence, because there are people in Laventille.
Rodney mic is low.
And that's me, boy, Mr. So and so are wrong. You know, you can't disrespect when Mr. So and so are wrong. But these people would stay indoors.
Rodney, your mic is low.
Yeah, these people would stay indoors. These people, you see, in my days, we have guys like Spongy and these fellas who will encourage you to play cricket, play football. These people are no longer outside anymore. They are more indoors. They are more hiding than coming to front in Laventille. So what you're finding happening, you know, we have a lot of playing field and they're empty. We have a lot of basketball courts and nobody bouncing ball. Everybody playing football on it. You know, and who is encouraging these youths to go further? I had a program where we was having them playing in different areas, and I got about nearly 6 to 7 of them back in school playing intercol. That's a shady level of football that they can play. But who is showing this interest to get them back into the school? A lot of our kids are on the block. So we need the elder ones to stop saying the diet PNM and come back out again and say, here it is. This is Laventille. Let me throw party aside and bring Laventille back to where it was.
Yep. And whoever can do it, you go with them. And stop with
we need to throw it aside and say, here it is. This is about Laventille. We had the best basketball team. We had the best cricket team. We had one of the best football team. And it have none now. Basketball don't even exist in Laventille anymore. So do cricket.
So you destroy everything for the children, and when they start doing the wrong thing, you want to blame them.
You want to blame them. We have 99 basketball courts, no basketball playing. Most of the basketball court you go on, you see they're playing football. Why build a set of basketball court when most of them want to play football? This is the issues we having up here. And yet still you will see day by day we building a sport park and sport this and we sport that. And when you do check, it's a basketball court or a small playing field or some. I see now they pick up a thing of putting exercising equipment on them now. And how much people go in and use it? And you have demolished a whole playing field where the youths used to go and play the little football and these sort of things to put these things. So who are you consulting when you're going to do these things?
And that's a lack of respect. You come in a community and do what you damn well please and disrespect the people.
That's it. That's what it is. Yeah.
If you build something that they don't want, obviously they're gonna stay away.
No, but
well, that's the whole idea. If you have a basketball court,
and they're not interested in
we had one more cricket ground in Point Pleasant Park, right? Where the old and young used to mix plenty, right? Now they took that now and split it in half and put a football field and a basketball court. Now we hear what's happening on that now. The lights coming on, they're playing small goal on the basketball court, and the next side is full of grass.
I don't know what to say.
What you doing that for? You come in a community, ask what is the problem. Why you mash up a whole cricket pitch? And the only cricket pitch you're finding in Laventille at present. So cricket is dead in Laventille. It have no cricket pitch to play no way. The only cricket strip it have remaining right now is in Africa and nobody do good.
And you have a pool though. You have a swimming pool.
Yeah, and you have Expo.
We have to know. We get one in Mova, we get one in Laventille, but how accessible the swimming pool is. Then we have gang violence war because of Despers warring with this one and that one warring with this one. Half of the people not even going into Soviet dress to go in the pool. So
oh dear.
What we really we spin
well, you know
we
what
really spinning top and bottom.
Listen, man, it's a fight, and the fight's gonna go along. And as I said, you know, better days are coming, and the PNM cannot continue to mistreat the people of Laventille, which they have done for years upon years upon years. And it starts with me.
54 years to be exact.
Yeah. Since I am no longer part of the Go Along Get Along PNM gang, and those members who still stay in the Go Along Get Along PNM gang, they upset with me. They tell me all kind of things about classless. If I was a professor, I go say all these kind of things. But listen, this is one classless boy from building to apartment to one. I'm so classless. I lived Chumaka in 1977, and I was able to become a professor.
Yeah.
Right? That's how classless I am. You understand? And don't forget the 20 records I established.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And don't forget, I have my own running development academy too. Hey!
Yeah.
And don't forget, I started my own radio station too. But it's one classless little black boy from Chumaka, Laventille. All they go take it and all they profit. And they give all the every single day.
That's how they stigmatize you all the time. Once you come off the PNM bandwagon, that's the problem you have, you know. Me going up for UNC. If it's your people, let's watch at me now.
But wait a minute. I ain't belong to nobody, and they call me a UNC dog because I help the stranded citizens and I help for hampers and things. Yeah, somebody they call me a UNC dog. I was like,
it's tough. It's real tough. People shun you. People don't want. Why we are trying? There's them people that like you. You know them people is racial. How you know that? You ever speak to them? You ever go to one of their meetings? How could you say something about somebody when you don't know them?
I saw that the same thing in New York. There was lined up to try to take a picture with Kamala at the time, and they were saying all those things. And when they get up there, they're hugging up and taking pictures with you. But in the meantime, this is the same prime minister who took care of your children, right? She gave to your children.
Let our leader take one drive to Laventille, and you will see the same people who talking running to take picture with you. The same people that talking, Miss Bisasa this, and them racial, and then let she drive to Laventille, and you will see the same person running to take a selfie. That's how it is. When Pandy drove up here and stopped on the junction, everybody run like mad people. Jack one of the same. Everybody was flocking them like mad people. Pandy mad, he come up here with all that police. He come with that security, not and he jump out on the major street. Pandey mad, and if you see the crowd, and Basdio Pandey didn't have one police behind it, neither did Jack Warner.
And they ain't do him nothing.
And they ain't do them nothing. Actually, them get more acceptance than me as the one who born and grow here. You know, so
Rodney,
we just want to
we
say things, but I feel we just had to edify the youths. Just don't let them grow up with that mental that, you know, what they give is where we had to take. We could do better for ourselves.
You know, you see, they have the impression that the others outside their communities against them for some reason, you know, and don't trust them. They build that mistrust, you know.
I wouldn't say they built. Here we're going on with plenty of the youths now. They are more guided by one person, whoever they call the leader or wherever. That's how they're being guided, and you can't blame them, right? You can't blame them, right? Because poverty is hell. As Shadow said, poverty is hell. When you see somebody doing something and eating and drinking, and you cannot eat and drink, you want to eat and drink.
Well,
and if it takes me doing the same thing to eat and drink, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
So that is how they have a large control of Laventille. Right? So if we understand how it get there, and we could solve the problem.
Exactly.
So why we don't try to solve the problem? If
I think
know
it's
that these people,
for some people to
because of separation, but that's the whole idea. You must see the reality of the problem to solve the problem. You must look at the reality of the problem to solve the reality of the problem is they are hungry. They are youths on the block not being misguided. Unless they get the proper guidance. Unless they get the proper guidance, you will always have the problem. And then when you run the URP leader and you're going to these guys, what you want to do after? The same guys you're saying you want to get rid of, or these causing the crime problem, is the same guys you're going to run the CPEP gang, to run your URP gang, the same person you're giving a contract to build a drain. So how you expect it to change when you go into the head of the problem? It cannot change.
Boss,
you could never change it.
Yeah. All I can say, man, is continue the fight.
Head of the problem, it would never change.
Yeah. Continue the fight, my brother, and you know, better days are coming. That's what I would say. So
let's keep it coming. Keep us posted.
We have plenty better days ahead. Don't worry. All right, no problem.
You all can change your destiny with that finger in the ink. Your ballot, your golden ballot, is your leverage to bring political cohesion and growth to your community. Trust me when I tell you that.
I say better fight is coming.
Your ballot is more golden than those in Maraval. Trust me when I tell you that.
But the thing is, we don't get them to vote. You know. Every time election comes up, the non-voters always win. You know.
Trust me when I tell you that. I heard somebody said a no vote is like voting for whoever running. Everybody needs to go out and vote. Everybody needs to go out and vote.
They need to vote. Because this year, this election gone, we had 18,000 people not voting. And if you put myself, Mr. Hines, and whoever went up together, we need to reach 10,000.
No, you got to vote. You got to vote. Because everything that affects your neighbor affects you. It affects the voter, affects the non-voter. You all need to vote.
How much votes you get in total in Laventille?
Me?
Yeah, how much votes you got?
I got almost 2,000 votes. Almost 2,000 votes.
And mostly most of that is the BTM?
Yeah.
Because I saw the whole BTM to only yellow for the election.
Well, not the whole BTM, but the majority.
I saw flags so until I got DC.
Yeah. They really came out with me. Nearly everywhere I went, I had people from the BTM working with me on all these kind of things. They really went out.
Because they're willing to help themselves. They're fighting. They're willing to put up that fight.
They went out for that election with me. I want to say hats off to Spanish. Spanish, every day Spanish make sure I was on the road. Mr. Rodriguez, he made sure I was on the road every day. You know, and even the election night, he was there before me. He came back to the office before me. You know, so I hats off to him, you know, for giving me that inspiration to really work hard to go for that. You know, that with his inspiration, you know, making me feel not to give up. Because if he as I say, a leader in the B-term and giving me that kind of push, you know, it was good. It was really, really, you know, heartfelt to see, you know, all the way he was there with me.
But that's
you know,
encouraging
to
for me
get
to
that
see
kind
too,
of votes in the B-term is almost 900 votes. Yeah. It's almost 900 votes on the B-term we got. And,
Well,
and the strange thing about it,
the
votes. Yeah, well, one of these days I would try to get him on the program, and he always fighting.
Make a pass down there, and we could do something with you there too. You know, give us
well, one of the nights we could do, and I could talk with them. You know, Spanish will be around. I will get Anderson to come up. You know, and the other guys and them who, you know, really supported us on the B-term.
Yeah, I want to do some coverage directly in there and let the people get their voice out and say what's going on down there. And you meet with them. You know, we don't want their voice stifled. We want the world to know what's going on with them. You know, and maybe you know we want to give them
that. That's not hard to do. We could do that soon, very, very, very soon, especially with all this going on. You know, we need to hear actually from them.
Yeah, well, that's what I want. You know, nobody stifled their voice.
Yeah. We could have
so I appreciate that.
You know, but walking, I telling you, before this situation and all, walking the B-term was really hurtful to me, you know. It's a part of the B-term that, you know, really, sometimes I telling the girls, only go ahead and I ain't going in there. The kind of pain I feeling for them people sometimes. They have a part where it's called the swamp. Sometimes when you go over there, it's just like the cry, yes. Could never believe people living in this situation still.
And that's right under our city. That's right under our city with all the money passing right there.
Exactly. It's very one electric wire running through and about 90 of them pulling from that electric wire to get current. You know, and them thing is a real hurtful thing. Them thing. We beyond that. This is the 21st century. We be on that.
Think that's all right.
We be on that. And people thinking that is all right.
Yeah. No, that can't be all right.
That could never be all right. It could never. I could never see it being all right.
No, I can't find that to be all right too. So we with you here, brother, and we want to connect with you and do, you know, some more coverage on that area, highlight the issue. We're gonna put up the biggest fight we can with you on our end, you know, and we want to encourage you people to stand tall down there and fight like you never fight before, because this is a matter of life and death. You know, there's no turning back here. There's no bridge to go back. Burn the bridge behind and let's go forward. You know, that's what I say. You know. Now, I'm a very militant guy, you know. I don't take crap, you know, and I'm with you, you know. I'm with you, and I will stand with you as much as I can. And I show Ansem and Dan, I will stand with you and Tommy also. You know, we are here to highlight your issues, and this is what we're trying to give a voice to our people. We're trying to give a voice to the voiceless. Ansem, you there?
Yeah, listening, right?
Yeah. And I know listening to this might make you want to cry, you know. But listen to me, we gotta fight. We got, you know, I said let's fight till the last man drop. We ain't quitting. All right?
No, you see, after this the encouragement I got from the last election, I was kind of disappointed, but then I thinking about the almost 2,000 people come out to really support you. So what are you going to do with these 2,000 people that support it?
Yeah, I admire that, man. I admire that. I admire what I hear.
You know, you can't leave them in the wilderness because they don't label UNC. And you as the leader leave them in the wilderness. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
You know, and it's tough on some of them. You know, some of them, brother, I telling you, it's hampers that helping them through some of this crisis here. You know.
Yeah.
It's
But
hampers helping
the
somebody.
the condition is unhealthy for them to remain there. So we need something done about that immediately. There can't be no waiting period. We have not like we don't have the resources to put them. We have even for
Not
temporarily.
everything is
We
needed
have
in
the
Trinidad is
resources.
right here.
We have
Everything
it.
we need is right here. We have
Why we
money and we have the resources. We have the houses to do it.
sitting there. It's sitting there and grass growing on it.
People vandalizing it, doing all kind of things. It just been there. It just so that's what we reach to, and instead of we help somebody, we rather it be vandalized than give them it.
I see some I admire the commitment of these people. They're very hardworking. They're very assertive. They're willing. I mean, why not work with them?
If I tell you the beat them shock me when I walk through. It's like it's a whole city by itself,
Yeah.
It's like a whole city. They have their own drugstore, their hair salon. We are buying your hair, everything there. Their clothes store. They have everything on the beat them, They don't need to go in town,
Nice, man. Nice.
Yeah, they don't need to come out of the beat them. They have everything on the beat them, and it's surprising to me that even the major part of Laventille don't have a drugstore, and beat them have one.
Right. So give us a tour of the area when you get a chance, So we like to see. We want to let the people know that we are with them in this fight.
Let it be daylight.
Yeah, daylight. Yeah. So we could see what's going on. Get your boys together, whoever it is, Anderson and the rest of the guys.
Well, I would call daylight, and you could see,
Yeah. They say a picture worth 1,000 words, but we want to know how much a video worth, right? We're gonna give them a video, so that gotta be worth more than 1,000 words, right?
So we want to say thank you. We want to say thank you so much for joining us, man. Any closing words before you go?
Well, all I want to say to the people, we started the fight. It wouldn't end here. We are going through, and I feel by the next election we will be successful. I'm even trying with the local election. If I get you with that local election, it would be a stepping stone to help me for the general election where I could help people in Laventille really go forward. So thanks for the little interview and thanks for going.
Yes, brother, we're gonna stay in touch.
All right.
Yeah.
So
thank
here
you.
it is, right? Right. So thank you very much, man. So here it is, right?
All right.
I want to address something here.
Post up yourself.
This is personal. Hold up. I messed something up there. I kicked Gary out by mistake.
Answer, will you let him bother you? You these PNM
this is
people?
a message from Miami Jesus.
Lord, he again.
Miami Jesus, you have to apologize to me for telling lies on me. If you don't apologize, I will kick you out of WZYE TV. You know what you did, and you have to apologize to me. My integrity is all that I have, and you have lied on me, right? In a group on Facebook, right? Between you and Run DMC. You tell him lies about me, and you have to apologize to me to stay on WZYE TV. My integrity is all that I got, Miami Jesus, Miami Jesus, and you lie on me. And I have the proof to show it. But I'm asking you, apologize for your statement, and I'm going to show you the proof. And if you don't apologize, we are no longer welcome on WZYE TV. So you hear me? You guys have to stop playing them type of games while let us play. I'm not on games. My integrity is all that I have. And I stand on my integrity. Okay? So them games you playing in your mother group and talking to Run DMC and tell them that Ansem tell you this and Ansem tell you that. I'm not in that. I don't play them kind of games. So boss, apologize. Today is Saturday. Between now and Tuesday, you need to apologize. If you don't apologize, you are no longer welcome on WZYE TV. All right? Because them kind of games, unless they want to play, I'm not interested in that type of games. My integrity is all that I have, and I guard my integrity very, 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 very seriously. I don't make joke with that. And when you're going to lie on me and say things I have never said, that is unacceptable. So, boss, in order for you to continue to stay here on WZYE 95.9 FM, you need to apologize. All right, guys? You guys see I ain't share nothing. I ain't do nothing. But I just telling you, I have the facts. Right? I have the facts. If you want me to send the facts to you privately, I will do that. But you have said some things about me that was totally lies. And my mother, I tell you, listen, my mother-in-law always told me a liar has no memory.
So I missed it. Who is this answer? Who's saying that?
Somebody it's a fellow in chat called Miami Jesus. Miami Jesus.
Oh, okay. So they come here to make mischief.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So listen to me. We're not going to be derailed. We're not going to be derailed.
Gary, this has not to be derailed though.
Yeah.
Is that
he has the evidence.
Yeah. No, you're getting their face. Let them know they're not going to derail us.
You see, what people have to realize is that if I go on a chat and make comments, right? Other people can see your comments and other people might forward the comments to you. Or I can go to the chat myself. For example, there's another chat in here, and they're talking about me. I went in the chat and I see all the things talking, and I see all the people, and I simply screenshot it. It's that simple. You all have to understand when you all are in chat, there is so many people who are in that chat that know other people that you know. And there's a great possibility they could find out what you're trying to do. But you see, me, not I. I'm not in that. Because when I go on a chat, I don't talk people bad. I don't lie on people. I have nothing to do with lying on people. My mother-in-law told me 33 years ago, a liar has
no memory.
Right? So I rather tell the truth, and I don't have to remember nothing.
But Anselm, I was privy and informed that a certain individual who is no longer with us, implied that I am a racist in a chat. But they tried to get it to me, but they already YouTube deleted because of the word. So I said, me a racist? Oh, yeah, racist. Number one, I was an African woman, and inherently we cannot be racist. Number two, I ain't Oprah, and I don't have all that money, so I can stop my head at people. Number three, when Gary rescued a young lady and tell me I gotta take she in and keep her, I didn't ask what race she was. I found out then when I pick her up, she was an Indian woman. So I kept her, right? So I don't know how people make statements about you. I rescued another Indian woman from Guyana, got her home to her family. Y'all need to be very careful when you're making statements about people, Be very careful. That you don't know a person's history. Be very careful.
Yeah, but let us not be derailed with these foolish statements.
Gary, it's not being derailed.
No, what I'm saying to you, they're trying to. These people, we got people suffering in the country, and you come here to talk stupidness.
No, right? But you see, Gary, when people like that do things, you have to call them out.
Yes, definitely. You have to call them out. You have to call them out. That is the point. That is the point. We got people suffering.
Pattern, and the person gonna go from place to place to place to place. But you know what happens? You know your family, your grandmother must tell you sometimes you back up the wrong tree.
Yeah. Well, they're backing up the wrong tree when they come in.
Back up the wrong tree because I very respectful. People just cuss me on Facebook. Look, even part of the go along that along PNM gang here. They call them all kind of names, and I tell them thank you very kindly.
Well, listen to me. We got too many people. Too much people suffering in the country.
When they go low, I go high. Is that simple?
Too much people suffering in the country. We are here about dealing with these issues and trying to get them the help. We are not here to play games, with anybody. I'm not here. I am not here to entertain you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you see? Look what Delegan said. Donated 100 to the ground report. Was criticized by others for being cheap on the chat. These chats share information. It can be dangerous. They share information. You understand? Yeah. So they share your information. You and one DMC. They share their information. Right? People say it now. And now, you know what? it's unacceptable, man. And if you're gonna apologize, right? That is it. We're not accepting that.
I don't know who you do it. I can't. You move my
So
picture.
the thing about it, I want to know what are they willing to do to assist the people that suffer in there in the worst way. I mean, with unhealthy conditions. Are you going to raise your voice? I mean, I'm not. If you don't have $1, raise your voice. At least lend some kind of support in the country. You guys are physically there. We are way out here. Look what we're trying to do. So I mean, come on, guys, let's get real.
Yeah, y'all need to stop with your foolishness. People are doing. We're working on people's behalf, and all y'all could think about is calling people names and
shame on you for coming in with this kind of foolish, childish behavior.
And any other chat. I'm a racist. Whoever called me a racist, I'm gonna come down there and I will show you what a racist does. Y'all need to stop. I'm a black woman, and we cannot be racist. Okay, let's go.
So, folks, I just want you all to know that in the village, we keep it real, and it's one family. We may support any different party. We welcome anybody from any party. We are not here if you're PNM, if it's UNC, if it's ILP, if it's PDP, anybody we support. And we want different ideas and different opinions. Of course, there are radio stations who are pro and anti, right? We come here, we give our opinions, we respectfully do it, and we keep it moving. And it's one family, one love still. So
yes, sir. And I want to reiterate my invite to the members of the PNM, starting with the Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and all members of the PNM that we are still, considering your invite, to please consider your invite. We are reiterating that invite to you.
Okay, so folks, here we go. Rajvi, Nadia, and Daro. Rajvi, Nadia, and Daro. And Daro and let me say welcome to I Mulligan. I Mulligan. Welcome to in the village with the DAG Triplet, man. Very, 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 very. Yeah, a lot of fantabulous. You're joining a good team here.
Anyway, guys, I gotta say a quick good night because I gotta deal with an issue here. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So we'll catch up.
Right.
Bye.
Night, Phantom.
Good night. I'll be listening in the chat. All right, I'll be listening. Okay, thanks.
So Mulligan, what we just normally do is ask someone to put a closing comment in the chat. We like people from our chat to put a closing comment. So we like you to put a closing comment in the chat. So folks, Rajvi, Nadia, how are you? Nadia, hey, Diana.
Yeah. Oh, you're calling me soft now too?
Did you see Claudia? Claudia.
You're calling me soft now too? No, Anselm. I didn't see Claudia. I haven't seen Claudia for a while.
Oh, you sure? No, she was here the other day.
She was here the other day?
Yes, she was.
I only see my Nadia and my Carice and my Lana. Where's Takesha? Okay. I ain't see Takesha.
Oh yeah, what happened to Takesha?
I don't know.
Takesha was in the chat early today.
She was in. I see Mr. Montano is there.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Montano.
No, but Diana, you're trying to get all the people with the low voices. You're trying to get the low
That's
voices.
you. I don't go that way. I calling out the men.
Diana, we're partner always.
I have no idea.
Or you're gonna make a shirt.
And maybe our wife take away his laptop too.
Oh God, only Z, though you can see the bar wife take away.
My muscles.
What?
Diana only exercising about his muscles, so his wife has to get upset.
Me, it wasn't me, it was Lana. Lana, you see where you got me in? It's Lana. No, it wasn't me. It was Lana on auric muscles.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. Hey, mums, welcome, boy. Earlier, we apologize for all the welcomes. We were supposed to welcome people tonight, but you know, we got kind of busy tonight, and all in all, the things go sometimes. Hey, Hamadula, welcome, boy. Thank you very much. Yeah, of course. Another one of your favorites. Oh, did I say welcome to Fish Stick?
Yeah, brother Abdullah. Yeah, Fish Stick
Get an award tonight.
Fish Stick sing a chutney soca for me, boy. I will share it with all the.
You could sing?
Fish Stick, I'm sharing you're making your debut on WZYE.
Hey, you could sing?
Yeah, I know what it is, but you sing.
we have a little singing contest for the people in the chat, you know what I mean? And give a little prize. Go get a little prize.
Yeah, we should, yeah.
Yeah, we go get like something, yeah.
I gonna be in on that too. I doing a jazz piece.
No. None of the presenters can sing.
Hello, maybe you can't sing. I can sing.
We will sing.
Or maybe you may not allow me to sing, but don't say I can't sing.
So Rajvi, Nadia.
Oh Lord, here you go on again.
Nadia, can you please post a closing comment, please? Nadia.
Miss Labonga hit you in your head. You wait.
I hope you hear me, Nadia. So why what does to do with
Miss Lord. Look, Darryl, you didn't sell enough fig. You get here late, boy.
Yeah. You see, look, Kareem says, my voice changes depending on who I speak to. With my son, I have an Elmo voice. You see? Yeah.
Hey, wait. Hey, Darryl, did you sell any figs today?
Did you what?
Oh God.
No, that one in song like authentic.
Okay, let me try again. Darryl, did you sell any figs today?
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah. What tax? Yeah, Eugene Julian, put closing comments. Oh, you put closing comments already. Yeah, hey, already my partner, Eugene Julian, you know. He put nothing in the chat tonight so I could go after him. I scare him, you know.
Eugene?
Yeah, Eugene, I scare him.
Wait, that way, I crossing up my man here. Darryl, you don't sell figs? I'm sorry.
No, it's Richard Ramoop.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, Darryl.
You see, that's why the voice is still off. It's Richard Ramoop.
I'm sorry.
You ain't even know for you in your face.
I'm sorry, Darryl.
It's not Darryl.
What do you sell, Darryl? What do you sell?
Hey, Darryl. If I want Darryl, I'd be vexed. I would want to sell you figures.
I thought it was Darryl.
It's not Darryl, man. I asked Darryl for a closing comment.
It's Richard Ramroop, okay.
Yeah, Richard Ramroop. That is the key fella.
Ray, what I have a long and sweet on my mind tonight.
Hey, you said Darryl, and Darryl Superstar, take a seat.
Darryl, you don't sell nothing?
Darryl don't sell nothing. You said Darryl, right? And Darryl Superstar talk, but he said he don't sell fake.
Oh, my bad, Darryl. I messed up. I messed up. I messed up my man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you mess up your man too bad, boy. You real mess up there, boy. You mess up Darryl, and you mess up Darryl Superstar.
Ray, stay out of my mind. Mind your business. The temperature is minus 20 degrees, below zero.
Darryl say he don't sell nothing.
I know. Oh, Lord.
Rose, how you know Darryl is chefing?
Oh.
Rosa, what's your name?
What is that?
Diana waiting for Richard to plant fig. Yeah, I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for him to cut the bush and plant the fig.
You know, fig does it by the hand, right?
I don't want nothing from nobody that begin with sick in a pandemic.
Okay,
Yeah,
Rose.
yeah.
Let me up there
What's
this
that?
time.
Eugene Daniel say I can't scale. Yeah. You know Eugene Daniel is my good P&M friend, boy. I'm a real good P&M friend, but I ain't gonna lie. Eugene is my partner.
Resta say, oh gosh, you had to come here then, Diana, because if I buy you, you won't find me.
Rose say,
With these people,
Rose say, Daryl is your fig. Daryl, boy, to put any confusion, boy. Oh, God, easy.
I'm sorry to hear, Daryl. You can go to the sea, you know, the sea does help with that.
Yeah, Daryl, you put two of the fellas in confusion, just so.
Lana don't sell me out now, mess up my man. You know, I wouldn't make a good cheater on a woman.
Anyway, Mr. Mulligan says that he is out and that he'll see us on Tuesday. Good night, Mr. Mulligan.
Did he put a closing comment?
No. Good night, be safe. We'll tune in on Tuesday.
Okay, Rose, we still good, baby. Don't worry.
All right. So let's go. Closing comments. Diana, closing comments.
Oh, you caught me. All right. Ready?
Good.
The greatest patriotism is to tell your country when it is behaving dishonorably, foolishly, viciously. Julian Barnes said that. It is horrifying that we at WZYE, all born Trinbagonians, had to fight our birth country government on behalf of the stranded citizens, and now we have to fight for the Beetham residents who are currently domiciled in toxic, unsanitary conditions, citizens who are thirsty for clean, uncompromised water from their faucets during a pandemic. I want to say to the neglected, oppressed citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that they should not be afraid of the incumbent government, but the government should be afraid of them. One of the saddest lessons of history is this: if you've been bamboozled long enough, you tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozled act. You're no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozler has captured you. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never get it back. And the most dangerous man to any government is a man who is able to think things out for himself without regard to the prevailing propaganda and lack of information. Almost inevitably, he comes to the conclusion that the government he lives under is dishonest, insane, and intolerable. This is Diana Benskin, your global ambassador and poet, aka The Storm. MP Hines, are you going to take up Anselm LeBorn on that challenge and spend at least one night in the Beetham and see what your constituents are going through? You all stay safe until we meet again. Auf Wiedersehen.
Excuse me.
Tommy.
Yes, indeed. You know, for many years, I've always talked about Caribbean unity. Excuse me, I was drinking something and went down the wrong throat. So, excuse me. Anyways, I always talk about Caribbean unity and being a solution for many of the ills that we are going to experience and will continue to experience in the Caribbean. And I've kept hope alive, and I still keep hope alive that one good day or sooner than later, some of our leaders or aspiring leaders would see it fit and would recognize that we have to rekindle the conversation of true and real unity, meaningful unity with one currency and one nation, one overarching nation like we now enjoy here in the United States and others united environments. But like I'm saying, hope is what I keep alive. Lynn Yutang says this about hope. Hope is like a road in the country, there was never a road, but when many people walk on it, the road comes into existence. And I'm hopeful that the unity that I seek so dearly, especially here with the Commission, would make a difference and improve the life of our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. Pleasant good night to each and everyone, and thank you for listening to my rants and opinions. Be safe until we talk again on Tuesday, God willing. Good weekend.
Thank you, Tommy. The most beautiful people we have known are those who have known defeat, known suffering, known struggle, known loss, and have found their way out of the depths. These persons have an appreciation, a sensitivity, and an understanding of life that fills them with compassion, gentleness, and a deep loving concern. Beautiful people do not just happen. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Let me go through some of the Tommy. Tommy.
Somebody says okay if you have COVID.
Tommy, look in the chat. Rose has a number there first. She wanted to call her.
Okay.
So check in the chat before I close it out. All right.
All right.
Good night, Rose. Let me see. I gotta get back to. Hold up, yeah. I asked people. I didn't see something from who's that there?
I see something from Fish Stick. You ask him?
If he give a closing comments, go ahead and say it now.
Not everyone will understand your journey. That's okay. We are here to live life, not for everyone to understand.
Okay, great. Hey, all right, good night, boy. I call it like you was listening to the underground reporter.
Your wife take away your laptop.
Oh, you guys take away your laptop. Oh, Eugene Julian closing comments. Hochoy Charles, very educated and knowledgeable in THA politics. Rajvi, good night, everyone, and have a great year. Remember to be thanked for another week. Another week passed, and we are still alive. And then who's the last one? All right, so that is the two that I saw there. Okay, and so we didn't get one from let me just make a note of that. I'll try to make notes. We didn't get one from Darrow, nor did we get from Mulligan.
Oh, I like this one. Fish Stick said some people in Trinidad need to eat makeup so they can be pretty on the inside as well.
Yes.
That's a nice one.
Yeah. All right. So
or cook some food today. Send me some pictures, Lord Father.
Or you could cook.
I know. I see a Allen's Bakery box in the back there. I know.
Yeah. Nadia says good night, everyone. Armstrong, Gary, Tony, Dana, Benston, and everyone in the chat. Please, everyone, be safe. God bless. Thank you very much, Nadia.
Thank you, Nadia.
Nadia.
Oh, okay.
Can you put a song in the chat so we can close the program? Nadia, can you put a song in the chat so we can close the program?
But it might have copyright and thing. I sent you two. Remember, they don't know that.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, you're getting
I
there's a nice program to hold.
I want a song from Nadia.
Yeah, but she don't know the copyright thing. She might send you one.
No, but if you send me, I look for copyright. Nadia.
Sandy Hill said, Sandy Hill, new to the village. She said, I heard a man tell the population today who dead, and who live. Oh, Lord. Well, that was Jamaican Prime Minister said, listen, the vaccines are there. It's all over. Y'all can go and take it. Don't talk.
Lana say, Ansem, you keeping notes and we? One notes are keeping. All right, Dana. Since Since Nadia doesn't want to put a closing song, Diana, which one of the songs you want me to play, Diana?
The one the vampire. Remember they call me vampire?
Okay, all right. Let me find that one.
The one with the yellow and green.
Okay, vampire. That's a Bajan song, Diana Benskin?
Yeah. That's a Bajan song. Yeah.
Okay,
Bajan in the house.
Can Bajan sing anything?
Hello. Watch yourself.
What's his name? Pompey?
Watch yourself.
Pompey is his name? No, that voice is only for Nadia, you know. That voice is not for everybody.
The next time you're having a talent show, I'm gonna invite 2 Bajan artists on the show.
Just so?
Take a shot at Zebra Peak there.
What is that, Tommy?
I just take a shot at Zebra Peak.
Woo!
What are you taking that for?
Lana just tell me I need that, so I following she advice.
Lana tell you need that?
Hey, Rose, I guess you're not in the picture anymore. He's taking instructions from Lana.
Hey.
You're out the door.
There's enough of me to go around.
Yeah. Sweet Bajan soca. Let me run all ahead of time, eh? Diana picked this song, eh?
Yeah, I sure did.
Diana is the DJ, so I like to follow instructions. You know, they say move into the left, move into the right, uptown, downtown. You remember that one, Diana? Diana?
Yeah, I hear you.
Nigel and Marvin.
I used to dance. I danced to that.
You know who sing that one?
I can't
Nigel
remember.
and Marvin.
Who's that?
Nigel and Marvin.
Okay.
As a vampire. That was Heinz Corey, you know, vampire.
People in this country sick. They say we have vampire on the loose. Just pretend to put a bite on you. We can copy people's style so easy. Why the Frenchman way in a hurry? Anytime vampire bite you become a vampire too. Young vampire, woman vampire, we got in vampire, fat vampire. Tell me why is that vampire that they're calling more vampire, more bitey vampire, bitey vampire, bitey vampire, bitey vampire, bitey. Long time ago, look, we had a few who used to hide and do the things that they want to do. Men like Barbados and Lucian were the famous vampires we had there in the land. But nowadays, these young vampires, they don't care. Attacking like Dracula anywhere. you can blink your eye. Then vampire bite you and suck your cry. Oh my Lord.
Bite it, vampire bite it. Bite it, vampire bite it. Bite it, vampire bite it. Bite it, vampire bite it.
We are old vampire,
And they bite it.
young vampire,
And they bite it.
poor man vampire.
And she calling to vampire home.
We got tin vampire,
And they bite it.
fat vampire. Tell me why is that vampire that you're calling?
More vampire home. Bite it, vampire bite it.
Uh-huh.
Bite it, vampire bite it. Bite it, vampire bite it. Bite it, vampire bite it.
Give me some tempo! Yeah! Hi, hi, hi! Oh, man! You know, the management is pressed for time, so I'm not really trying to create any confusion. I'm just pointing out to you, they're pressed for time to give you all the different artists, so you have to reason and sympathize with them. What are them? What are them? I'm in love with Betty Lou. Sister Mary said she loved me too. What are them? What are them? What are them? The both of them. I tell her she thinks don't work out so. She said the next sister I'm bound to know. What are them? What are them? What are them? What are them? Come down. Kitchen, I like all them bacchanal. She on the phone one day. This is what the old man said. Do it, do it, do it. Come on, do the kitchen where she want. Kitchen where she want. Kitchen where she want. Go to them. Go to them. Ay, ay, ay. Go to them. All two. Go to them. All of them. Try the middle. I could do it on that time. Go to them. Go to them. Go to them. Go to them. Remember not melody. Say what's got out in the farm. Go to them. Go to them. Go to them. She asked me if I'm showing off. Then she started tackling. But away the woman was there, so do it. Where's that? Do it. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Ay, ay, ay. Come with it. Go to them. Go to them. Go to them. Go to them. Oh, God. Both of them. I have both of them, you know. I have all of them. If I was a younger chap, maybe I would have get trapped in that. With both of them. Both of them. Where's that? So all the offers that she made, think about it, but I couldn't think it great. Both of them. Both of them. Both of them. Variety is the spice of life. Public and today I read. I'm preaching for history. Remember what he said. Message still ringing in me. Do it, do it, do it. Oh, God. If she wish you want, if she wish you want, if she wish you want, do it.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.